Is about 9:40. I think we'll go ahead and get started. We're missing a few members here. I know Representative Bergkamp is joining us online. I'm sure Senator Tyson is on her way up. So we'll go ahead and get started just in the interest of keeping on time. I'd like to call the meeting officially to order and remind everyone, including myself, to silence their cell phones. And this is the final meeting of the 2023 Tax Interim Committee, charged with studying several different topics. Today we're going to be taking a look at some follow-up regarding the topics that we spent some time on last meeting, as well as taking a look at the tax credit programs, which is another charge of the committee. So I think we'll go ahead and get started. Our first item today would be local government sales tax authorization. We met a little, or we had a little bit of a presentation on this at the last meeting regarding ways to streamline or simplify sales tax elections and authority for local governments. So I'd like to first welcome to committee Mr. Jay Hall with the Kansas Association of Counties.
Good morning, Committee. Jay Hall, the Deputy Director and General Counsel for the Kansas Association of Counties. I will be brief today. I don't have a whole lot I want to say. I do want to highlight a couple of things that are in my written statements. First, I want to just establish we are not at this time pursuing legislation to change the sales tax authorizations. The request that we received was simply to give our feedback on this process. And as I noted in my comments, this process is inefficient. For example, if a county were to decide in April of next year that they wanted to pursue sales tax authority, they actually likely would not be able to start collecting that tax under current law until April of 2026. So there would probably be a 2-year lead time. And the reason for that is if they made the decision to pursue that sales tax in April of next year, they would have to come to the legislature in January of 2025 to get that approval. And then they would have to put that on the ballot, and to avoid the costs associated with a special election, they'd probably put it on the general ballot in November of 2025. And then after it's authorized, obviously, they would need to wait then until the following quarter, which would be the second quarter of 2026 in order to collect that tax. And so we would have a 2-year lead time in order to collect that tax under current law. Obviously, counties currently operate under this and plan ahead for those types of things, but that is something that is a challenge for counties. With that being said, if there are any questions for me about the county process, I'd be happy to answer them, or if you have questions for the cities on how this works. But those are my general comments.
Thank you, committee. Are there any questions? My biggest question, Mr. Hall, is, what can I know you're not actively pursuing that. This was something that I've been looking at actually since I was a county commissioner, realizing that the process is extremely cumbersome. If you had 1 or 2 points, I mean, what is the easiest way that we could streamline this for local governments?
Probably the easiest way would be to eliminate the requirement that counties have to come to the legislature for that authority, simply because I've had conversations with legislators, particularly new legislators that are not familiar with this process, and they say, I don't understand why I'm voting on the sales tax for XYZ County. I don't know anything about XYZ County. Why am I voting to approve their sales tax? And I have to remind them, you're not actually voting to approve the sales tax. You're voting to approve the ballot question so that the residents of that county can actually vote on that sales tax question. And it causes a lot of confusion for newer legislators in particular, because they are not familiar with this process and they think, oh, I'm voting to approve a sales tax for this particular county that I don't live in, don't know anything about. And so I think just eliminating that requirement that the legislature approve the ballot question would make that process a lot easier, because then it speeds up the process where at any point, if the county were to make that decision, they could put that question on the ballot and have that vote at the ballot. So that would be our only our only real recommendation if there was a forum to make that recommendation.
Thank you. Committee, any further questions? Yes, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has, to your knowledge, there been a time when the question was improperly written and the legislature had to correct the way the wording of the question was that the county proposed for the ballot measure?
I don't know that the legislature has corrected the wording, because the legislature, remember, the legislature comes in first and approves the question being put on the ballot. If a county were to propose particular wording, and I always encourage them to work with their secretary, with the Secretary of State's office to make sure that the language is correct. Because obviously a lot of counties, they do this once every 25 years. This isn't something they do regularly. I don't know that the legislature has corrected language because they are at the beginning of the process rather than the end.
So the county has not proposed the language in the legislation. They merely have made a request for putting forth a ballot initiative.
That's correct. They make the request to put it on the ballot. I don't think that the legislation generally includes the specific wording of the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kind of along those lines, I've had conversations with staff. Would it be beneficial to put some parameters into statute that specify what needs to be in that ballot language, whether it's the purpose, obviously the rate that is proposed, what it's being spent for, things like that. So there is some guidelines in statute to kind of standardize that whole process.
So there are two different types of sales tax. There is a general sales tax, which obviously just has a formula that's already in statute, and it gets divided along that formula. There's also the dedicated tax. And for a dedicated tax, the question does have to specify what those funds will be used for. And the rate is also required to be included in the question itself.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jay, thanks for being here this morning. I guess I've always viewed the county as being like a taxing agent or extension of the state of Kansas. And I just wondering, from a constitutional perspective, shouldn't the county, putting these issues on a ballot, shouldn't they have all the powers they need to do this by themselves anyway? Is there, I guess what I'm driving at, is there anything constitutionally that somebody had an issue about that maybe they thought this was a good idea, get the State House involved in reviewing these proposals?
I am not familiar with anything in the Constitution that would require the legislature to be involved. I can certainly look into that, but I am not immediately aware of anything in the Constitution that requires legislative approval of these things. I know that there are things in statute that require that, but constitutionally, I'm not sure there's anything that requires that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wassinger.
I think this makes a lot of sense to go bypass the legislature, but I think the parameters should also include notice to the legislature as soon as you start deciding that you want to do it. So just give us notice, and also to the Department of Revenue. I'm pointing to you. To the Department of Revenue, you're on this side. So parameters like that are important, and Senator Cluse just brought up the fact that a few years ago we had to basically give permission to, down in the Garden City area, for permission to collect the sales tax, which they'd been doing for 5 or 6 months already because they just had an election and went ahead and went through with it. And there's no way to give the money back to people. You don't know who came and spent sales tax money in your county to be able to send a 60-cent check to someone here and another $1 here. So I think, having been a county commissioner as well, I think it is onerous. And I think once you decide, you're the one that's going to have to push it for your voters. But I think all the details that the Department of Revenue would like to have ahead of time, as well as the legislature, I think would be great.
No, and I certainly agree that there has to be a role for the Department of Revenue because they have to inform the merchants, which is part of that 90-day window that's required after approval, is that they have to inform the merchants. So certainly the Department of Revenue would, I don't see a way that they would be outside of that loop because they have to be informed so that they can inform the merchants of the new taxing district or of the new tax that is in place in that district. As to the Garden City, Finney County issue, if I remember correctly, that started as a city tax and so did not need legislative approval. And then they shifted it from a city tax in the city of Garden City to a countywide tax. And that's where the error occurred, was that they changed it from a city tax that did not require legislative approval to a countywide tax that did require legislative approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, committee? Mr. Hall, to your knowledge, has a request ever been rejected completely by the legislature?
By the legislature, I don't know that a request has ever been rejected. I do know that, again, because these are individual county requests, a lot of times they get bundled in larger packages, and that's where a request hasn't necessarily been rejected on its own, but as part of the larger package, occasionally those requests have fallen with the rest of the package.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. When I was a brand-new legislature, I had a sales tax authority for Thomas County that got bundled up and was effectively lost and delayed a project up in northwest Kansas for a year because of that, so.
If I remember right, that was the jail project?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, with seeing no further questions, and I would remind Representative Bergkamp, if you have a question, I don't have my laptop in front of me, so just feel free to interrupt if you're listening and you have a question. But with that, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Next, we have John Goodyear, General Counsel with the League of Kansas Municipalities. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good morning. My name is John Goodyear. I'm General Counsel with the League of Kansas Municipalities. And I typically do not cover our tax committees, but happy to flex in because this is an area where I do have a little bit of knowledge. Many of you may know that we're not just lobbyists. We are over here quite a bit during session, but as General Counsel, as an attorney with the League, I take calls from member cities. I work with member cities on ordinances, do trainings for member cities, and we cover local sales tax and tax issues and finance issues quite a bit with them. We do have a manual that's available for our member cities, and I regularly help cities as they consider these local sales tax ordinances and how to word those and draft those. So have worked with this quite a bit, and I will say something to highlight just is that each one of our member cities is unique in the services that they provide and how they use these sales tax, and the citywide and countywide sales taxes have been an important piece of the funding puzzle since the legislature authorized them in the 1970s. In working with cities to draft these ordinances, to go through and create the timelines necessary for when they consider these taxes, what I've seen is that for cities, this largely works. We have 2% authority for general purposes and 1% for special purposes. Each in getting out ahead of some questions, hopefully. For each one of these, on the ballot language, you have to state a purpose. Even general purpose has to have a purpose listed in the ordinance, and typically they're going to use those for those evergreen costs. You're always going to have costs associated with maintenance of city streets. You're always going to have costs associated with emergency services. So we urge them to use those for those evergreen costs. The special purposes, we tell them to think that as a temporary purpose. That's the tax that is going to sunset within 10 years or sooner, whenever that purpose is funded. So we urge them to consider that as they consider those taxes. For countywide sales taxes, the League doesn't have too much of a position short of the general purpose countywide sales tax should continue to use that statutory formula. The legislature came in and added some language that has to be included in ballot initiatives for countywide sales tax. I believe that was added in, and Jay may correct me, in the was it 2 years ago? It was the 2022, I lost track, 2021 or 2022 session that was included. And you have to state for countywide purpose sales taxes, so the voter knows how that tax is going to be spent. It's going to be apportioned pursuant to the formula that was passed in 1977, which includes funds going to each of the cities within the county. Is it going to be reserved for a specific purpose, or is it being split up pursuant to an interlocal agreement? So that language is already in statute. I think that's good. That's good transparency. Taxpayers should know when they vote to approve a sales tax where that sales tax is being spent. So looking at it and what could be done to streamline this process or make it easier, like I said, it largely works for cities because we already have that 2% general authority. We have that 1% special authority. If you look through the statutes, you won't see a specific city tax referred to because we already have that special purpose authority. It might be worth considering for the legislature to throw in a special purpose authority for counties in whatever percentage you determine to be appropriate. So this isn't something that's gone before our member cities, so I can't speak for them completely. I think that they would likely support increasing the statutory caps on sales tax levy or a more streamlined process for the approval of a countywide dedicated tax. That said, I'm not sure, if you did it for cities, I'm not sure how many would use it. Revenue in the last hearing, I think, spoke to this. There's not very many cities that are levying up to the 3% that they're authorized to levy. In fact, I worked with the city this year in passing the first sales tax that they've ever had. They passed a half percent sales tax. They've had that authority since 1977. They didn't need it until now. So even if you increase that limit, I'm not sure how many cities would use it. There's a lot of things you consider when you consider a sales tax. What will the voters tolerate is the biggest thing. Because if they don't approve it, you don't have it. The other thing is, especially for our border communities, what's the sales tax just right across the line? Or what's the sales tax in the city that's right next to you? Because you want to keep business within your city. You want the businesses to benefit you, and you want to collect that sales tax in your city yourself. So while it makes sense for countywide and you could throw it in for cities, I'm not sure how many cities would make use of that. So with that, that's all I've got for you guys today. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am curious, you mentioned there aren't many cities at the full 3%. How many are there, do you know?
I'm not certain. It's less than 10. It's 4, yeah.
4, okay. All right, thank you.
Committee, any further questions? Kind of along the same lines as the counties. I mean, I understand the cities are treated a little bit differently, but do you know of any time when a city wanted to propose a sales tax that needed any statutory authority other than the existing?
Not that I'm aware of. Sorry, Representative.
No, go ahead, please.
Question, but yeah, not that I'm aware of. Just because we already have that special purpose authority, if there was a special purpose that came up, we have that 1% wiggle room in statute. I do know that the city of Latham had to come to the legislature a few years ago for validation of a sales tax that had already been approved. There was some deficiency in notice through no fault of their own. It was the publication was a day early to meet the statutory window, and the legislature went in and approved that so they could start collecting it. And I don't believe they collected it in the interim. They required validation to start collecting, but that was 2 years ago, I believe, and that's the only city-specific sales tax legislation that has been approved or considered since I've been doing this. This is my 6th year, but I haven't found anything in statute that was specific to any city.
And if I heard you correctly, if we'd move forward with something for the counties, do you feel like those limits need to be raised for cities where we have a few that are maxed out right now? But do you think, I mean, you alluded to the process that you have to consider what the voters will tolerate and what that does to consumer behavior. In your opinion, are the current limits in statute sufficient for the cities?
Well, Representative and Mr. Chairman, I'll always advocate for increased local control. So if you want to give us more sales tax authority, we would likely support it as a measure of increased local control. That said, I'm not sure how many would try to use it. Yeah.
Committee, any final questions? See none. Thank you very much for your presentation. And with that, we are right back on schedule, so thank you. Committee, while this is kind of fresh in our minds. Are there any comments or thoughts regarding what we could look at next session for local sales tax authority? Okay, seeing none, we will move right on to our next item, taking a look at the sales tax exemption follow-up information from last meeting. And we would like to welcome Kathleen Smith to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Kathleen Smith with the Department of Revenue. At your October meeting, you had requested some follow-up information with regards to an estimate on 501c3 organizations, and I was going to provide that for you. Just as a refresher, at the October meeting, we presented data, IRS data, that showed there were 18,000 501c organizations in Kansas. That is based on IRS data. Almost 14,000 of those 18,000 are under 501c3 organizations or religious organizations and charitable organizations. Again, this is IRS data. And a reminder on the religious organizations that are in the IRS data, that number is low because the religious organizations are not required to be registered with the IRS. So that number is going to be a little bit low. Based on the IRS data that we have and the exempt entities that we have in place at this point, preliminary work on an estimate for 501c3 organizations or exempting those organizations, we're estimating around $90.4 million. If we then exclude those that are already exempt under for state income tax or state sales tax purposes, that would be around 56 million. So 90.4 minus the 56 million, 34.4 million if we were to exempt all of the remaining 501c3 organizations. That would be our preliminary estimate at this point. We are continuing to refine that estimate. So as more IRS data does come out, we'll be able to refine that just a little bit more.
We had a request. Would you be able to email that information to us?
Yes.
To the committee? Okay.
Yes, we would. Yes, for sure. Okay, move on. Are any questions on that?
Yeah, I'll see if there's any questions from the committee on that information. Seeing none, we can continue.
Okay. I was also asked to provide some information on Kansas tax credits. During the special committee on tax in 2022, we had given you information on different tax credits that the state has in place. And I wanted to give you a little bit of an update based upon some of the 2022 or credits that were passed during the 2022 session. So do you have all of your information in paper? Okay. So you only have one spreadsheet? Okay. The first spreadsheet lists all of the Kansas tax credits that we have in place, gives a description of those, whether they're non-refundable or refundable, if there's a sunset or repeal, the effective date, just different little bits of information about that specific tax credit. So that first tab or that first spreadsheet there lists the description of each tax credit. I did add on this one the apprenticeship tax credit, which was passed during the 2023 session. So that's just a small update. Then the next spreadsheet I've updated with tax year 2021 information for each of the tax credits. And I would like to be able to give you a little bit of preliminary information on 2022 tax credits that have been claimed. That is not on this spreadsheet. I'm just going to speak to it. We'll have more information at the end of the year, beginning of next year for tax year 2022. We are still processing the 2022 returns. So again, the information is preliminary that I'm going to be giving you. On the spreadsheet where it lists tax years 19, 20, and 21, the affordable housing tax credit, which is number 3, is effective for tax year 2023. It was passed in the 2022 session, so I don't have any information because it will be claimed on the 2023 return. The apprenticeship tax credit, oh goodness gracious, I think my numbers are mixed up now. I'm noticing this is blank. The apprenticeship tax credit, again, was passed during the 2023 session and is effective for 2023, so we have no information. The aviation and aerospace tax credit, again, was passed in 2022. So the first year that they could claim the credit was on this return. Preliminary information for 2022, we have around 467 taxpayers claiming this credit in the amount of $1.2 million. So we've had a number of entities that have been able to take advantage of this credit. There are 3 different tax credits. There's one for the qualified employee, and then there's 2 credits for the qualified employer. And the majority of this is qualified employees claiming the credit, which is a $5,000 credit. And again, I'll be able to give you updated information next year. Just this is just preliminary. The community college and technical college contribution credit, again, was effective for tax year 2022. We've had around 55 taxpayers take advantage of that at $500,000 is what it has cost the state. The commercial restoration and preservation tax credit, the information on that at this point is confidential. We have less than 5 filers that are claiming the credit. The housing investor tax credit, which again was passed in 2022, 0 taxpayers have claimed this credit to date. Short line railroad tax credit, again passed in 2022, effective for tax year 2022, and we have 0 taxpayers claiming that credit so far. The targeted employment credit, again, passed in 2022, effective for tax year 2022. The information is confidential on that. The teachers' purchases of school and classroom supplies tax credit. We've had a number of individuals take advantage of the credit for 2022. So far, we have around 10,300 taxpayers or teachers that have claimed this credit in the amount of $2.6 million. And I think that's all I wanted to point out to you. Those were mostly the 2022 credits. We had around 9 credits passed in 2022, so it was a large year for tax credits.
A question from Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kathleen. It's really good data. Would you mind on the sheet that has the, could you add to that the cap for the tax credits in the description or in another column?
Okay.
I received a phone call. We do have a tax credit system, much like I think it was the PEAK program or HPIP. One of those was being interpreted wrong. It was capped at $6 million a year. And the person that was administering that program interpreted it as $6 million a year that they could give away in credits until we finally got up to 40-some million, and I convinced legislators we've got to shut this down otherwise. And we have another issue on one of the credit programs. Are you aware of any of them going under what was intended by the legislature to be an annual limit? And the person administrating it is giving that much out annually. That sets us up for a lot of problems.
Do you know?
It's a new credit program. I will find out specifically which one.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
But we can add the cap amount in the description of each one of these. Absolutely.
That would be helpful,
Yes.
I think. I don't know, I think most legislators on this committee understand when we set a cap, we mean that to be the cap of the program, not that amount to be handed out annually.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions, honestly. One is, what did they anticipate the cost per year of the teacher classroom material credit? Like, I'm saying it wrong, I know I am.
So what did we estimate for that? I do not have that information with me, but I can get that for you.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to make sure I heard, forgive me, everyone. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. If there are if there are under 5 taxpayers participating, then it remains confidential?
If there are less than 5 filers, that is correct. It is confidential, and we're not able to give you that information.
Well, I guess the other one was, why are more people not taking advantage of a child daycare assistant? Do you have any?
I cannot answer that question, but there were changes made in 2022 that went back to tax year 2021. So we would hope that we would see an increase based upon those changes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it by statute that you can't divulge if there's 5 or less, or what parameter?
There is, that's our policy is 5 or 5, less than 5 filers, but there is information or in statute that says that we cannot give you individual taxpayer information.
So I agree with that, but I think it should be up for debate. If they're receiving taxpayer money, that probably should be public. So thank you.
And in that instance, you can't even disclose like the aggregate amount because there's so few filers that there could potentially be some educated guesses on how much each one is receiving.
You are correct, yes.
Committee further, yes, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kathleen, thanks for being here this morning. Just a general question, I'm just curious. What type of overlap or interplay is there between the Department of Revenue and Department of Commerce, specifically when it comes to the various EcoDevo credits and things, programs that they offer?
We work with a number of different state agencies in administering these credits. And so in some cases, the Department of Commerce does administer the program, and then we come in on the back end and allow the tax credit. So we work with a number of different state agencies to administer these credits.
Okay, so you're part of that administrative process for everything going out, regardless of where who's a...
Not necessarily. There may be some tax credits or some incentives that the Department of Commerce is totally responsible for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kind of to piggyback off of that and also the confidentiality of the 5 members or less, is it going to be possible to get any information off of the Apex legislation, the Panasonic deal, how that is performing? Because we all know there's very few entities that can apply and qualify for that. How are we going to get accurate information regarding that program and its potential viability?
I don't believe that the Department of Revenue would probably offer you any information. The Department of Commerce may be able to offer you that information. But based upon our statute, I don't think we'd be able to give that out.
Okay. Thank you. Committee, are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Kathleen. Next on the agenda, we would like to take a look at some of the post-audit things that we have analyzed, the tax incentives that have been passed recently. And I would welcome to committee Kristen, is it Rottinghaus?
Rottinghaus.
Rottinghaus, okay. Deputy Post Auditor with the LPA. So welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. So I am joined today by my colleague, Josh Luthai. So he and I are going to kind of share responsibilities here to take you through the kind of memo that we've given to you all today. So a couple things I just wanted to start with as kind of an introduction is just a reminder. So several of you are familiar with legislative post-audit because you either are or were a member of the post-audit committee. But for those of you who haven't been, just a reminder that we are your legislative staff. We get our work through requests from you all. And so over the years, you have had ad hoc requests for us to evaluate different economic development incentive programs. But in 2019, you all created a state law that requires our office to regularly evaluate certain economic development incentives. So those are defined in statute. And we have been doing that since it's 2020 was our first one. So we're several years in to that. Today, we are going to talk to you just about the things we looked at that included tax credits, but there are others that we've done as well. So I simply wanted to mention that if your curiosity is piqued, there is additional information on our website with information about those as well. As mentioned, I'm kind of doing this little introduction. With your permission, Josh would come and present the results of the tax credit evaluations that we've completed. And then I would spend the last portion of the meeting discussing kind of a bigger, broader question that the chairman asked about maybe considerations for you all about things you could do to help make, let's say, evaluations of effectiveness more feasible. So a couple things I would mention about the information you have in front of you today from us. We did put together just a little, I'm saying little, it's still like 8 pages, but a kind of overview of the results of each of the evaluations that we've done that we think are relevant to you all today. I think you also have electronic copies of those, so I just wanted to mention that each of the titles is actually a hyperlink. It will take you to the full report if you're interested in looking at that. But for the purposes—
I can interrupt just a second. Mr. Penner did send that out to the entire committee, so I think that was Sunday evening that he did that.
Okay.
The links are there to the full reports if you want to dive into them a little bit farther, but this is just a summary.
Perfect. So yes, we will walk through that summary today, and then if you have additional questions about that or the full reports, obviously don't hesitate to reach out, and we're happy to come back, meet one-on-one, whatever that looks like. So with your permission, can I turn it over to
Absolutely.
Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Like Kristen said, I'm Josh Luthai with Post Audit, here to talk to you about our little memo. What I'm going to do here is work through the memo sequentially, but since I'm going to be talking about a bunch of different programs, if you like, Mr. Chair, I can pause in between each one to field questions as we go along.
Absolutely. I think that would be the most efficient.
Okie dokie. I will start out then with the Angel Investor Tax Credit Program. We evaluated this one in 2020. Just brief description, this is basically a tax credit for investors who invest in startup businesses. I'm going to stay throughout this pretty light on things like program qualifications and focus mainly on our valuation. But in brief, this is a commerce program. Commerce will allocate a limited number of tax credits every year to participating businesses, and then businesses will exchange those tax credits for investment from investors. Investors who get this tax credit can carry it forward indefinitely until it is used, or they can transfer it. In terms of statutory goals, the purpose of the program, according to state law, is to encourage investment in startup businesses. However, and this is going to be somewhat of a theme throughout the presentation, that is a somewhat vague goal. So in terms of us deciding, how are we going to evaluate it? How are we going to say whether it worked? That is sometimes challenging for us. So as part of this audit, we did recommend the legislature consider clarifying the program's goals and doing things like setting benchmarks so that if we were to do another evaluation, we would be able to say, here's what the legislature said this program was supposed to do, and we either think it did or didn't do that. In terms of frequency of use between 2015 and 2018, investors received about 20 million in tax credits for investing about 51 million or 52 million in Kansas businesses. What I would note here, though, is that all of the investment in that time went to 78 businesses in 8 counties, most of which were in Johnson County. So another thing you all might think about as you're developing tax credits or more broadly eco-devo programs is whether there's a geographic equity component there. Is it okay that some programs disproportionately benefit some counties? I don't have answers to a lot of these difficult questions, but I am throughout this going to just pose some things for you all to think about. In terms of our effectiveness evaluation, we evaluated how long businesses that received AITC funding operated and how many jobs they created. We worked with Commerce to develop that as our benchmark. Statute also talks about how businesses are job-creating enterprises, so we thought that was a reasonable metric to look at this program in the absence of like a specific benchmark. Our evaluation compared businesses that participated in the program between 2009 and 2019 to similar businesses that did not. We found that businesses that participated in the program stayed in business for 3 to 5 years, about as often as businesses that didn't participate. 39% of the businesses that participated in the program operated for 3 years, and 28% operated for 5 years. That compares to 53% of non-participating businesses operating for 3 years and 38% for 5 years. Those numbers do seem somewhat different, but from a statistical perspective, I don't want to say the same, but they're not distinguishable. That is, we can't say that they performed differently based on our statistical testing. However, businesses that did participate in the program created only about 1 job every 2 years, whereas businesses that did not participate created about 1 job every year. So businesses that didn't participate created about twice as many jobs as businesses that did. The trick here, and that was statistically significant, so we can say there's a difference there. The tricky part here is we can't say if the AITC program didn't have an effect and these businesses basically performed similarly because the program doesn't do anything, or it's also possible that the program helps, let's say, weaker businesses perform similarly to stronger peers. So another theme here is it's really hard to disentangle sort of cause and effect. Are the programs what cause the things we're seeing, or is it just that these things happen in the program simply just sort of exists? So that's a fairly brief overview of the angel investor tax credits. Pause for questions here.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Senator Tyson and then Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I am curious on the 27% outside of the state of Kansas, are those Kansas tax filers?
I am not sure about that. I did not supervise this audit, so my knowledge is a little light. However, I know that people outside of the state can take the credit. They could potentially transfer it. Depends on whether they have state tax liability for some reason.
Okay, and that's the key right there. It is transferable. They can sell the credit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions about this program. Number one, were there any, you talk about, setting benchmarks or whatever, when you look specifically at AITC, was there any missing performance metric that just jumped out at you and said, hey, if I were in the legislature and I was in the driver's seat, this is something I would be looking at to institute as far as report back mechanisms?
Since I'm not an elected official, I'm reluctant to opine on what I think you all should or shouldn't do to measure
So let me
these
back up.
programs.
Forget about being an elected official. Just as a person interested in data, which obviously you are, if we're trying to tease out basically the real effectiveness of these programs, specifically this one, are there any specific performance metrics you would recommend we start collecting data on so we can measure?
I'm not going to recommend a specific performance measure, but I think one of the things you all could ask yourselves is, what is this supposed to do? I think from our perspective, a lot of these EcoDevo programs, a lot of these tax credits, we are interpreting them, hopefully not incorrectly, as being supposed to change folks' behaviors. Are they causing people or businesses to do something they otherwise wouldn't do? If they are, they're having some effect that is hopefully desirable. If they're not, then the state may be giving up revenue it doesn't need to give up. So with the AITC program, let's just pretend that the purpose of the program is to get investors to invest in businesses they wouldn't otherwise have invested in. Is that happening? I can't say at this point, but if investors are simply claiming a credit for investing in businesses they already plan to invest in, the state's not really getting anything for its money. So I think the starting point is, what is each thing supposed to do? And then from there we can ask, how are we going to measure whether that's doing what we think it's supposed to do? Does that make sense?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up, so let's dig a little bit deeper. When you look specifically at AITC, did you historically go back and maybe just say grab, maybe like randomly, say 10 different companies, okay, And I don't know how you do this, but I'm just curious. Have you ever like maybe just grabbed a sample set of companies that applied to AITC and really just followed them all the way through, and versus maybe look at just a sample set of companies that didn't, and just say, was there any material discernible difference that we can show that, yes, this made a difference?
I think we sort of did that in the audit I'm discussing, in that the comparison was between businesses that participated in the program to businesses that did not participate, to see if they created a different number of jobs, if they survived longer, things of that nature. We looked at them for 3 to 5 years. We haven't done it for longer. I suppose you could do that, but unfortunately, another big challenge with a comparison of that sort is you have to find a way to get data about businesses that may not have participated in a state program, and those businesses may be reluctant to hand over their presumably proprietary data.
Just final question, Mr. Chairman. So just in your estimation, was there a material difference in the AITC improving the performance in the state of Kansas for those companies that took advantage of those credits? Was there a material difference, an improvement in the likelihood that those companies would be successful because they had the AITC?
Our audit does not clearly show that happened. I can't rule it out, but it doesn't clearly show if the program necessarily helped businesses perform better than they otherwise would have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just had a quick question. We've had this program in place since 2004. I know this isn't something you analyze every year from the program's inception, but did you take a look back historically? I mean, we've been through a lot of different economic situations since 2004. Were there times, either in recessions or when business is doing well, that these did perform better, or did we take a look back enough to analyze that?
I believe this audit, the one I just talked about, only looked at 2009 through, did I say 2018, I think? I will say we are working on another evaluation of this program right now. Hopefully it will be done sometime during the next session. So that one would speak to more recent times, which include COVID and the ongoing economic, whatever you want to call it. So maybe some interesting gems in there, but we'll see about that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the trend is, depending on what the current economic status of the state is and whether or not this program is either more or less effective during those times. So, committee, any further questions on the AITC? Seeing none, we can move on.
Moving along then to another report. This is evaluating the Department of Commerce's major economic development incentive programs. We came out with this one in 2023. It covered 5 programs, but I'm only going to talk about 2 of them because only 2 of them involve taxes. So the 2 I'm going to talk about are HPIP and PEAK. HPIP does involve tax credits, whereas PEAK does not. So if you'd like me to skip PEAK, I'm happy to do that. I'll pause and kind of take your temperature on that here once I get through HPIP. So starting out with HPIP, or the High Performance Incentive Program. This provides businesses 3 potential tax benefits. A business can receive a tax credit equal to 10% of its qualifying capital investment. And that tax credit can be carried forward for up to 16 years. A business may receive a sales tax exemption on materials or services for its capital investment projects. And a business may also receive a tax credit that matches its expenditures for employee training and education. That credit is capped at $50,000 per year and cannot be carried forward. This is sort of a joint commerce KDOR program. I know there's a question about that earlier, where commerce certifies a business as being HPIP eligible, and then KDOR handles the tax benefit side of things by doing things like awarding them that sales tax exemption certificate. Unlike the other program I'm going to talk about, PEAK, HPIP, it's sort of an entitlement program, whereas if you're a business and you qualify and you apply for it, you get the benefits. Commerce does not have any discretion in saying business A can have it, but business B cannot. If you qualify, you get the tax credit benefits. So with that said, in terms of statutory goals, here state law doesn't say what HPIP's goals are. So we've inferred that it's about economic development, and we evaluate it in that light, but there's really no clear statement of what this program is supposed to do or how anybody should measure it. And while we didn't make any recommendations as part of this audit, this would be another opportunity for you all to consider adding some clarification there for what this program is supposed to be doing for the state. In terms of frequency of use, between 2018 and 2020, businesses were awarded more than $3 billion in HPIP tax credits. Most of those businesses were like with AITC in relatively few counties like Johnson, McPherson, Sedgwick, and Wyandotte. So again, is it okay that some of these programs disproportionately benefit certain counties? In terms of the effectiveness evaluation, we did calculate return on investment for this particular program. I should note that businesses that benefit from HPIP also often benefit from other programs like PEAK or programs I'm not going to talk about like the Job Creation Fund, KIT, all that fun stuff. When we calculated our return on investment, some of these projects we looked at, they involved lots of incentives. So we tried to disentangle HPIP alone from all of those, but just something to keep in mind. And when I'm talking about return on investment, I'm talking about how much in either economic activity or tax revenues the state got for every dollar it spent, or in this case, gave up in revenue. So we did use a research-based model to estimate returns for 28 projects. 8 of those 28 projects included HPIP benefits, among others. The model was helpful for 2 reasons. First, it helped us estimate the extent for which benefits were responsible for producing the things we see. This goes back to the idea of would a business have still done the thing it did if it didn't get the benefits? Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't have. So the model we used tries to help us account for that. And the second thing is that the model helps us estimate both economic activity and tax revenues for these projects over the next 20 years. As I'm sure you all know, these EcoDevo projects, they don't spit out their benefits immediately. There's often a lot of time that needs to go by for the state to fully realize the benefits. And technically, if a business stays in business forever, those benefits go on for a long time. So in this case, we measured over 20 years. Getting down to the meat of it, we estimate HPIP will generate about $2.91 in economic activity for every dollar in foregone tax revenues. We also estimate HPIP will generate about 35 cents in tax revenues for every $1 in foregone tax revenues. These results suggest HPIP may successfully generate economic activity, but it's not going to generate enough tax revenues to cover the cost of the incentive. So this is another sort of key decision point, I think, for you all is, are these programs supposed to be incenting economic development? Are they supposed to be paying for themselves, both, or something else entirely? I don't have the answers here, but it is a thing to think about, since I think some folks have different perspectives on what constitutes success for these programs. And if it is just economic activity, how much is enough? Hard to say. A couple of other issues here I want to highlight with HPIP. So no one knows the amount of foregone sales tax revenues due to the HPIP sales tax exemption. I know KDOR does estimate that, but to the extent that nobody knows the true amount because businesses aren't required to report it to anybody, we did not include it in our modeling. And secondly, the 16-year carry forward makes it difficult to know whether and when businesses will use the HPIP tax credits they have. When we were doing this audit, we saw that businesses often claimed credits every year, but didn't necessarily use very much, often because they didn't have much in the way of state tax liability due to things like net operating losses. So, for example, in 2019, businesses claimed about $913 million in HPIP credits, but they used only about $88 million in those credits. So it seems to me that businesses are building up large reserves of credits, and it's not really clear if and when they're going to get claimed, which makes the impact on the state's budget very hard to predict. So that's HPIP. Before I move on to PEAK, Mr. Chair, would you like me to go?
Yes, committee, are there questions on HPIP? Yes, Senator Tyson and then Senator Holland.
Thank you. So do you have any idea how many credits are hanging out there that could be claimed against the state?
I don't currently have that information available. I could try and pull something together for
Would
you,
you
though.
please? That could be a staggering number. Also, the sales tax, could we put something together in legislation that could help collect that data for the sales tax information, or?
I think I would defer to revenue on that, if that's okay.
I'll definitely put that toward them. The other thing I have concern, I mean, these are substantial differences based off of what revenue gave us in 2019, 104 million, and then as recent as 21, 58 million. So it is all over the place, which does make it difficult for the state for budget projections.
I mean, I suppose I should note there, I'm quoting numbers from our 2023 report. It's entirely possible KDOR has more updated numbers, since I know those tax numbers are subject to revision as people adjust their taxes.
Let me be clear, I'm not questioning your numbers. I'm looking at their 19 and 21 numbers that they gave us. And yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just, yeah, this program probably needs a look at. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more of a comment than anything else. I mean, I think all these programs, and not to cast aspersions, but they really truly are subsidies. And the question is, I think as legislators, we have to ask ourselves, is this a subsidy worth that we think is going to, be economically beneficial, the engine of commerce here in the state of Kansas? I do know one thing about HPIP. This is the one program that I've heard consistently from businesses, particularly larger ones. There seems to be a lot of interest, a lot of businesses in Kansas using HPIP. Did that bear out in your data? I mean, are you seeing a wide breadth of companies, large and small, using that?
My recollection is this is a fairly widely used program. I can't say exactly how many businesses have used it. Sorry, was there more to your question?
Yeah, okay, just of the economic programs out there, this probably has the most, would this be one that has one of the more participants in it?
Possibly. I mean, without having the numbers in front of me for all the programs, I don't want to commit, but I would say this is a fairly widely used program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So also, I noticed in the parameters of it, it was specifically meant for urban areas. Even though there's rural development going on of this magnitude, they cannot take advantage of that program. Would that be correct?
Of HPIP, I am not familiar with that component of the program.
If, Mr. Chairman, I would like to find out. There's rural development going on, the EMP Shields facility that's being built, and others like that out in rural Kansas. So would they be able to take advantage of this program? Because you said that it's more concentrated on urban counties. McPherson's the smallest that we see that has taken advantage of it. So if we could get that emailed to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, in terms of qualifying criteria for HPIP, the criteria we list are that the business must be for-profit, be subject to state income, sales, or property taxes, be in a qualifying industry such as manufacturing, among others, or a corporate headquarters. The industries have to get at least 51% of gross revenues from sales to Kansas manufacturers or out-of-state customers, and businesses must pay above average wages relative to businesses in similar industries in the area, or be the only business in the industry in the area. So while I would hope that I'm not missing something, I don't believe there's something that explicitly prevents rural businesses from participating in the program.
Senator Holland.
Yeah, and I would like either Commerce or Roden to clarify, but my understanding was it was just kind of almost the complete opposite. That I think if you are, because this was the beef I had about it when they changed it, I think if you're in a larger metropolitan area or something like that, you have to have a higher threshold to qualify to get into it. So that's, I want to get clarification on it, but that was my recollection. That's what they've done to it, and I did not support that change. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I think, as the committee moves forward in making a recommendation, those are certainly some details that we need to iron out and figure out whether that's the tax committee or commerce committee. I'm not sure where that would go through, but yeah, I think the purpose of our overview here is to maybe identify some of those concerns and where we need to true up some of these programs. So, Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this just points out to us the same thing we talk about in rules and regs and other places. When we're writing legislation, we need to be reviewing it and putting that in the legislation. They need to come back and discuss how it worked and how much it's, and get a feel, like 5 years. You need to come back and tell us how much revenue are you producing? How many jobs have you added? That kind of thing. But that's true for most of the legislation that we write. We just start programs and then we get left with, so what? So I just think we need to be more specific, and most all of our legislation to allow that review of either tax credits, in particular tax credits, but also like we're asking everyone in rules and regs to go back over and look at all their rules and regulations every 5 years on a staggered basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holland.
Yeah, just to follow up, I mean, you know, Department of Commerce does have a rather healthy information portal out there of all of these programs. I mean, so if you want the data, it's out there in spades. I think what this is incumbent on legislators specifically is that, you know, whether it's the chairs of the various committees who are impacted driving these programs, I think it's incumbent on those committees to periodically review that and ask the policy question, you know, is this still what we want, you know, how we want things to work?
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the Legislative Post-Audit Committee, we've heard several times that Commerce's website is not up to date and does not have the level of detail that the legislature has requested. I think there's been an attempt to put it out there, but it's not where it needs to be by any means. So we are anxiously waiting for that information to be available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, see none. I would like a review on the peak program, if you don't mind. I think we could move along and see what, I know it's a little bit different, but take a look at that as well.
Yeah, sure, no, happy to do that. Like the chair said, the peak program is not technically a tax credit. It's got some similarities, but what it does is it allows businesses to either keep or, I think in more cases these days, receive a refund on 95% of the state withholding taxes they pay on new jobs they create. This is primarily a Commerce program, but kind of like with HPIP, Commerce approves businesses for the program, whereas HPIP administers the benefit. Unlike HPIP, Commerce does choose which businesses get to participate in this program. For a business to participate, it has to enter into an agreement with Commerce, and that agreement is basically going to lay out the benefits a business is going to get and what it has to do in return. So it'll specify things like the minimum number of jobs a business needs to create, how many years it can participate in the program, and the maximum benefit it can earn each year for creating new jobs. Under state law, the goal of this program is to promote economic development by creating new jobs and incenting businesses to locate in Kansas. So good news here, there's a goal, but kind of like with AITC, it's a little vague. However, we did think it was enough to work with for the purposes of our evaluation, since we could look at things like the extent to which it tipped businesses' decisions, the amount of economic development it created, things like that. Between 2017 and 2021, Commerce awarded about $400 million in peak incentives to 210 businesses. Continuing with the theme, more than half of those businesses and more than half of the total awards were in Johnson County. So again, a little bit of a, or more than a little bit of a geographic disparity there. I should note that $400 million in awards, that doesn't mean that's what businesses have or necessarily will earn. That's the maximum they can earn if they create all the jobs that they're supposed to create. If they don't do that, they're not going to get the max award, and that is sometimes what happens. In terms of effectiveness evaluation, again, we use the same model for this one as we did for HPIP. I'm not going to rehash that. So getting right down to it, we estimate peak will generate about $4.54 in economic activity for every $1 in foregone tax revenues. We also estimate peak will generate about 45 cents in tax revenues for every dollar in foregone tax revenues. Like HPIP, this is a program where the state appears to be essentially purchasing economic activity. So to the extent this is an EcoDevo program, that makes it seem like it's successful, but it's not paying for itself. So if you all think that that is an important component, then it's not meeting a goal there. But again, in the absence of those clearly defined benchmarks, hard to say if this is doing what you all intend. I would also note here there is a separate owner's peak tax credit. We didn't evaluate that because according to revenue, it's never been used. So not much to say there other than it technically exists, but for one reason or another, no one's ever claimed it. Those are my comments on peak.
Without getting into the weeds, when you do your estimates on this program, for instance, the 45 cents in tax revenue for every dollar foregone, You know, they always say that you spend $1 and it rolls around in the community a certain amount of times. How, is that how you factor, how many levels of circulation do you factor into that 45 cents? I mean, it's very handy to look at two numbers there, but there's a lot of details and a lot that goes into calculating that number. Could you speak to that just briefly?
The model does try to account for the extent to which that money, quote unquote, rolls around. We do use a multiplier in the model. We adjust that multiplier based on the specific business project we're analyzing. I want to say it averages somewhere in the neighborhood of 2, but I'd have to double check to see exactly what that number is. I think another big influence on what affects those ROI calculations is the extent to which you attribute the economic effects of a project to the incentive. Some models just assume that none of these projects would have happened if the incentive hadn't been offered. Ours does not do that, so our estimates tend to run a little on the low side since we're not assuming that all projects necessarily happen only because of the incentives.
Any questions from the committee on peak? Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, and I do want to get in the weeds on this one. So first question, thanks for being here, appreciate your time. So you did say that most of these are in Johnson County, correct?
Yes.
Which we share a border with Missouri. So let me ask you this, when you talk about the multiplier effect of the benefits, what if those employees are living over in Missouri? Did you put any, basically, how did you factor out the economic development benefits that maybe Missourians or the state of Missouri was getting out of this? Did you take that out of the picture when you did your analysis, or?
We didn't do anything specifically to account for like a border wars component, so to speak. I know the model tries to account for folks that may have been attracted to the state because of the economic development.
Okay. Next question. So when you did your analysis, there's really two pieces of this, right? You've got basically the peak where we're truly trying to assist companies to bring employees from out of state into Kansas. And that's, I was back here long ago when this program was first set up, and that's at least the way it was sold to the legislature, is this is a tool. In fact, we had some big entities use this. I think GM used this when they were setting up their facilities. And so the whole idea behind peak is that basically, you know, this is a benefit where companies can bring in their out-of-state resources and relocate them. And I thought, you know, based on that, I really supported that. But when the border war popped up, we quickly had a thing of, as far as, you know, then we were also using peak, correct, to basically not have companies leave, correct?
At one point, I believe the legislature changed this, but at one point, a business could get peak benefits for agreeing to stay in Kansas, yes.
They can still get that, can they not?
I believe that changed. Let me double check myself, though, if you don't mind.
I wasn't aware that changed, but if it changed, I think that would be a very positive improvement.
Yeah, so in 2018, businesses stopped being eligible to participate in peak for retaining jobs. They have to create new jobs now. So there wasn't, I guess, a moving component there, but it used to be the case that if a business agreed to keep jobs that they were essentially saying they were otherwise going to let go of, they could qualify for peak benefits.
Okay, so the retention is no longer in there.
Correct.
Okay, and then that's comforting. Because I truly believe that our economy is moving to a much more worker-centric environment where workers are the key resource. And so I think when we talk about future economic development programs and incentives, I think it's all about how do we grow and retain a Kansas workforce. I think that's what it's going to come down to. The other question I would have then would be, oh darn, it was such a good one too. I lost my train of thought. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask to come back to it if I remember it? Okay, thank you.
Committee, are there other questions regarding the peak program? Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about the $400 million award for peak. So what are we looking at in missed, I don't want to state it that way, but what taxes were not collected by the state as a result of the PEAK program?
For the period we analyzed, it would be some number that is less than $400 million in withholding taxes.
Approximately,
I can't say at this point. The other issue we had is some of the agreements that we analyzed, they were still ongoing, so businesses were still creating jobs and claiming benefits. So that $400 million, not going to be, we're not going to be able to say how much actually got claimed until I want to say it's in the report like 2026 or something like that.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I remembered my question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so when you looked at the, I guess at the more recent than awards, did you see a pattern of maybe companies that originally got it and then applying it for further separate expansions of their facilities? How often is that occurring? Can you address that at all?
Do you mean specifically within the PEAK program?
Right, specifically within PEAK. Say we're a company, say, applied for the benefits, and they were qualified to get that, and they were awarded. And so they have their PEAK program, and now they come back with, hey, we're doing another expansion, so we want another round of PEAK.
That wasn't something we looked at. I believe it does happen. I just can't speak to how often or what that looks like in practice.
Could you find me, would it be appropriate, Mr. Chairman, that's just something I'm kind of interested in, is that how many times the same business is going back to the well? Because it's one thing for me to jumpstart, but for that to be a potential, just an ongoing subsidy, that's a concern for me potentially. I just would like to understand what that's about. Thank you.
Would that be a separate post-audit request, or is that information that we could tease out of the existing data that we've collected?
I can look into that for you. My guess is I'd have to work with Commerce on that one, but we can certainly investigate and see what we can do.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be good information. Senator, okay. Committee, further questions? Seeing none, we can move right along.
Alrighty, now I'm going to turn to talking about the Rural Opportunity Zones, or ROZ program. I would note here that this program has two components. There's a student loan repayment assistance part that basically amounts to the state partnering with counties, or in some cases, cities, employers, and private organizations to sponsor individuals and help them repay their student loans. And then there's the tax credit component, the one I'm going to focus on, that basically gives folks a 100% state income tax credit for up to 5 years if they move from out of state to a county designated as a rural opportunity zone. Right now, 95 of the state's 105 counties are rural opportunity zones, so it covers most of the state. It wasn't always that way. I want to say back when the program started, it was 40-some, maybe 50 counties. Now it's any county with less than 40,000 people. So lots of counties qualify. And like I said, for this tax credit, if you are somebody who's lived out of state for at least 5 years, you don't have a lot of Kansas source income, so you're not somebody who lives in Missouri but works in Kansas. You move to a rural opportunity zone county, you get this 100% state income tax credit. State law doesn't say what the ROZ program's goal is. So as part of our evaluation, we did recommend the legislature considering the program's goals and setting benchmarks based on testimony from when the program was created and based on how it works. We inferred it was really about attracting people to rural Kansas, so that's the light we evaluated it in. In terms of how often it's been used, between 2012 and 2022, so for the program's entire life, about 1,500 individuals used about $14 million in ROZ tax credits to offset their income tax liabilities. For the effectiveness evaluation, I want to be clear here that we evaluated both components of ROZ at the same time, so my results here aren't specific to the credit. I'll try and kind of disentangle the two a little bit. But bottom line, we estimate the ROZ program caused about 1,430 people to move to ROZ counties between 2012 and 2022. That offset 5% of those counties' rural counties' population losses, which totaled 29,400 by comparison. So from that perspective, we're thinking the ROZ program may not have been as effective as you all perhaps would have liked. However, it did benefit 19 counties. That is, it either reversed their population loss trend or it significantly blunted it. But in terms of a statewide sort of situation, offsetting only about 5% of population losses. So this is an example of where the return on investment that we looked at wasn't financial. It was, what return did the state get in terms of population change for its investment in this program? And the answer is 5% reverse and depopulation. Is that adequate? I think that's the question here. The other thing I would note is that our evaluation also suggests that the RAWS tax credit program isn't necessarily effective in keeping folks in rural Kansas for the long term. We reviewed tax records for 26 credit claimants, and as of 2022, 18 of those 26 had either moved to another state or to a non-RAWS Kansas county. That is, only 8 of the 26 remained in a rural county. So while I don't want to go too far and generalize this, it seems like at least some of these credit claimants move to the state, claim the credit for a few years, and then they go off somewhere else. So in terms of offsetting rural depopulation in the long run, things are maybe not looking so great.
One of the questions I have, let's see what paragraph, oh, just a second to the last. When you estimate that the RAWS program caused about 1,500 people to move to RAWS counties, one of the complaints I had, this program was established when I was a county commissioner, and we had several people coming to us to request this. The issue was a lot of those folks were already planning on coming to the county. They were just looking for an additional tool to help offset some of their expenses. Did you actually ask the question, did they move to a RAWS eligible county or community specifically because of that program, or were they coming and they just found out that they were eligible to participate in the program?
So for the student loan benefit, we used Commerce survey data to get at that question. Commerce does ask folks, would you have moved to the county without the program? A lot of those folks, an overwhelming number, said, yeah, I would have moved anyway. There's no data specific to the tax credit claimants, so we generalized from the student loan folks to the tax credit claimants because the average financial benefit is similar, so we thought a reasonable move in the absence of other options. So yeah, I think consistent with what you're saying, our take is a lot of these folks would have moved anyway. So if the purpose of the program is to get people to move when they otherwise wouldn't have, it's often not doing that. There may be other benefits, though. When we were talking to stakeholders as part of this, they said, you know, well, this helped these folks open a business or pay off their loans or buy a house or things of that nature. So it's possible there are some other eco-devo benefits that we didn't evaluate that are here, but is that the purpose of the program at this point? Again, in the absence of a clear statutory statement, I really can't say.
Committee, any questions on the RAWS program? Senator Peck.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Combining or looking at promoting employment across Kansas and Rural Opportunity Zone program, they have to do with new employees or new individuals into the state and their income taxes. Can a business maintain 95% of the withholdings of an employee, and that employee, and this business is in a rural county, also receive a 100% tax credit refund for their income taxes? Which to me, if I'm wrong, that's great, but it looks like to me we're giving 195% of income tax withholdings. Do I make myself clear, my question clear at all?
I think so. If you don't mind, I'll just run through it. So a business in a rural county could qualify for peak benefits. They could hire somebody who's relocated from out of state. That person could qualify for the RAWS tax credit. So you could have a business who's essentially not paying withholding tax, or paying only 5% of the withholding taxes on that person. That person's also getting a 100% income tax credit. So in that case, yes, the state is giving up a measurable amount of tax revenue.
Okay, that, Mr. Chairman, when he was talking about the Rural Opportunity Zone, after having talked about the Promoting Employment Across Kansas program, I got to thinking, it sounds like they would overlap somewhat. And
Yes, that's the way I understand it. Yeah.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see, how many years does the PEAK program, is it just the initial year that they get the 95% tax
It
credit?
varies based on the terms of their agreement with Commerce. I believe it can run anywhere from, say, 5 to 10 years.
Oh, that's really generous. So maybe, I happened to be in Senator Peck's district this last week, and it didn't bring individuals to the district, but believe me, they were extremely excited about the ROS program, and it gave them a good feel for Kansas. They're looking for a long-term relationship and now looking to buy homes in Kansas. So I think that you said that wasn't part of the measurable part of the program, but with this overlap, that does seem to be an issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any further questions or comments on the ROS program? Seeing none, please continue.
We are getting down to the end of my portion of this presentation. So the last thing I'm going to do is talk about our evaluations of new EcoDevo programs created in 2021. We are responsible for evaluating all programs the year after they're created, all EcoDevo programs, I should say, which include tax credits. So I've got 3 tax credits here I'm going to talk about briefly. First, we've got the Eisenhower Foundation tax credit, which is anybody who donates to the Eisenhower Foundation can claim a state income tax credit equal to 50% of their donation. There's a cap of $25,000 per individual or $50,000 per corporation, and the credit is also limited to $350,000 total per year. The credit can't be carried forward or transferred. This credit is also only available in tax years 21 through 25 unless you all choose to extend it. No statutory goal here, but based on how it works, likely meant to incent donations to the Eisenhower Foundation. This credit was new when we evaluated it, so there really wasn't a lot of data for us to look at, so we didn't do a formal evaluation, but just to put some numbers out there. At the time of our analysis, things may have changed in the past several months. Taxpayers earned about $121,000 in credits for donating about $242,000 to the foundation. However, at the time, KDOR told us taxpayers had only used about $1,000 of the credits they'd earned. Again, that may have changed, but if that's still true, then the fiscal impact here fairly limited. But this credit and the next one I'm going to talk about are, I think, great examples of a situation where, what's the purpose of this credit? Is it supposed to be changing folks' behaviors, that is, getting them to donate when they otherwise wouldn't have? Or is it basically just a reward for folks who typically donate and will continue to do so? If it's meant to incent new donations, and I can't speak to this, so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but if it's meant to incent new donations, but the only folks claiming this credit are folks who have historically donated and will continue to donate, then it's a situation where the state's maybe not getting what it intended to get. It's just giving up revenue to reward those folks. If it is just a reward for those folks, then maybe no problem there. Can't really say what's happening until we evaluate this again, but that is something to think about with some of these credits is, again, is it changing behaviors in the way that you all intend it to? Do you want me to pause here, Mr. Chair, or shall I push forward?
Why don't we go ahead and cover all 3 of them, and then we can come back and ask questions on all of them.
Friends of Cedar Crest Association tax credit, very similar to the Eisenhower Foundation. It is basically identical, except it's for donations to the Friends of Cedar Crest Association, and that association helps preserve and promote public knowledge of Cedar Crest, which is the Kansas governor's residence in Topeka. The caps and limits and the carry forwards, all that, all the same. Again, credit was new. But in tax year 21, taxpayers earned about $35,000 in credits for donating about $70,000 to the association. At the time of our work, KDOR told us taxpayers had only used about $350 of the credits they'd earned. So again, at the time of our analysis at least, fiscal impacts looks limited. Can't say that didn't change though. And then finally, the qualified charitable distribution tax credit. This section is short, but if you want to dig into the details, it's a bit of a bear because it's related to technology-enabled fiduciary-enabled financial institutions, or TEFIs. This credit allows TEFIs to claim a tax credit equal to the value of their qualified charitable donations. Under the state's 2021 TEFI Act, TEFIs are required to make a charitable donations equal to 2.5% of the value of their transactions each year. And so they basically just get a credit on those donations. They can carry that credit forward for up to 5 years, but they can't transfer the credit. No clear statutory goal for this credit. At the time of our work, no one had claimed the credit, and we didn't evaluate its effectiveness since there was really no data to analyze. However, I would note that at the time of our work, at least, there appeared to be some issues with the TEFI Act, and it didn't appear to us that any specific agency was responsible for tracking whether the state's only TEFI beneficent had made charitable donations at the time of our work.
I want to start off by asking, at what point will we be able to evaluate this with perhaps some more, I mean, I'll be honest, looking at the Eisenhower Foundation and Friends of Cedar Crest, I'm rather astounded at the lack of utilization of those tax credits. Is that just a lag in the credits coming through and being used, or when would we have some good information to evaluate?
We might be able to speak better to that. I mean, our understanding is those things do get revised for about a year after the tax year ends. So within maybe another year or two, we could probably do a better evaluation.
Yeah, and Senator Tyson just pointed out they did have that number updated in the spreadsheet that Kathleen had provided, so it looks much better than that. Committee, are there further questions on these three programs? Senator Holland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to turn to the qualified charitable distribution tax credit. So first of all, we only have one TEFI. And my understanding is there are no more TEFIs that are in the process of seeking a charter or anything like that. Is that your understanding?
I haven't looked at it since late 2021 when we put out this memo, but I haven't seen anything to suggest there are more TEFIs since then, no.
Okay, and wouldn't Commerce be tracking well, no, that's a tax credit, so the tax credit itself, that's something Department of Revenue, because I assume that they would go to, when they fill out their income tax return for the state of Kansas, revenue will look at that, but basically, I think at least that Commerce, they're actually looking at the charitable contributions, at least. They're tracking those that are going out to the local communities and groups. Would that be correct?
I believe Commerce does have a hand in tracking some of this stuff. I know they also benefit from a portion of those charitable distributions, so I know at least they track that part of it.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to get off just a little bit here, but I have my concern with the whole TEFI deal we have here is that this program never went through the tax committees that I am aware of. And I'm not, to me, I'm not concerned about the distribution tax credit or even, the charitable contributions going out to the entities. What I am concerned about that I can't seem to get an answer for is that when you talk about the transactions that are occurring on the TEFI, remember that, and I don't know if you guys heard differently, but, with the TEFI, this was sold to the legislature as well. It's primarily out-of-state investors using this. Now, I think we have a unknown, potentially a material exposure to this thing if this, pawn shop for the rich or whatever you want to call it, if you start having Kansas qualified investors that come in and start basically unloading their securities on this deal, what I'm concerned about from a fiscal hit to this state is if this is obviously some sort of federal deductions they're going to be getting on their returns. And my understanding is that because the Kansas return is coupled with federal, this is going to flow straight through to their bottom line. My concern is that if you start having any significant amount of Kansas qualified investors using the TEFI, we're not going to know what hit us if the state general fund, say, should materially deplete. We would have no idea how that happened, because that deduction will flow straight through the federal through the state return. And my concern is that basically you're talking about obviously a federal deduction being offered. I mean, once again, if they're out-of-state investors, there's no exposure. But to the state general fund and Kansas taxpayers, particularly if you have Kansas qualified investors that are making anticipated payments, okay, on tax liabilities in the future, and all of a sudden they run off and they go, get rid of something on the TEFI, my concern is there is a material exposure to that state general fund, and we won't even know what happened. my understanding with these transactions is basically there's very little transparency into what types of transactions are being done on the TEFI. Not to suggest there's anything nefarious going on there, but we just don't know, out-of-state transactions versus, those with Kansas investors. And so, to me, that is a huge issue of exposure to our taxpayers. Because somebody's going to pick that up if that thing should take off. Now, from what little I know, it just sounds like it's just operating as the one TEFI, and I'm not sure what it's doing right now. But just, if that thing really starts to ramp up, I'm really concerned about that exposure we have to Kansas qualified investors using that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee, are there any further questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The senator made an excellent comment, and maybe this is a question for revenue, but of the new tax credit systems that have come on in last year and the couple years, how many of those were actually through the tax committee? I think a majority of them were not, but it'd be curious to see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Seeing no further comments or questions, does that conclude your portion of the presentation?
If you don't mind, I'll hand it back over to Kristen.
Okay, thank you very much for fielding that and taking all the questions.
Thanks to all of you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's been a while. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. Again, I'm Kristen Rottinghouse, the Deputy Post Auditor at Legislative Post Audit. And for the last portion of today, which I think we have maybe 30 minutes-ish left, is to talk about kind of a bigger question that you all asked, which is how or what things you all as legislators could do to help improve future evaluations of tax incentives effectiveness. So it's a big question and one that I think you all could spend potentially a lot of time on, but today I'm just going to highlight 3 things that we think would have the biggest effect, and that's based primarily on our firsthand experience trying to evaluate these incentives, over time, but especially the last 3 to 4 years. I would also mention that my comments today, so we've been talking a lot about tax credits. These comments would apply not just to tax credits, but are things that I think could be useful for things like exemptions, deductions, sales tax, like all the different varieties of things, right? So there are 3 things that we would highlight for you all to consider. And if you're following along in the kind of memo that we put together, those are on page 7, about, let's say, middle of the page, where you see those 3 numbered bullets, if you will. So those 3 things are identifying a purpose or purposes, if there's more than one, for each tax incentive. So this is going to tie a lot to what you heard Josh talking about. Related to that, identifying specific measures or benchmarks that evaluations must include to determine whether each incentive is effective. And then a third thing would be identifying what data is needed to determine if those measures are met, and then requiring agencies to collect that data. So I'll unpack those 3 things a little bit more by kind of discussing what we mean, and then also why we think that they are so important to evaluations. So I'm going to talk about the purposes and measures together because they're so closely related. But when we say purpose, what we're talking about is kind of like an overarching purpose, and then the measures would be the things that tell us if that purpose is being achieved. So I'll give you an example, which is not an actual credit here in Kansas, but it'll follow along with an example I'm going to point out in a minute. Let's say that there was like a tax credit for solar-powered cars. So you would allow a business or person, in this case, to claim a tax credit for that purpose. So if you kind of follow along the logic here, You might do that because you want to incent more people to buy solar-powered cars, which would then increase the number of solar-powered cars that are on the road, which could then contribute to reducing the amount of carbon dioxide emissions overall. So then the kind of hard part for you all would be to decide if in this instance, in this example, the overarching purpose is reducing the amount of carbon dioxide emissions, but any of those steps along the way could be a measure of effectiveness. So you might have conversations like, well, in order to decide if this incentive is working, we would want to know or measure if the number of people who bought solar-powered cars increased by a certain percentage, by a certain number. Instead of focusing on that, you could focus on the overarching purpose, which is reducing the carbon dioxide emissions. So you would have options with any of these things on how best you thought to do that. As mentioned often in Josh's presentation, those kinds of purposes and metrics we don't typically see them in statute for any of the things that we've evaluated, or if you do, they're really, really broad. So I'll give you the example. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in a second, but the sales tax and revenue bonds program, the STAR bonds program, there is a purpose in state law, but it is to promote, stimulate, and develop general and economic welfare of Kansas, which is not to say that's not a good goal. It's just, it's so broad that it's very difficult to measure if that's actually happening. So we think, again, that this is really important because the more specific you all can be in what you actually intend for an incentive to do, the clearer it sets criteria for things to measure against, right? So without a measuring stick, it's very hard to say whether or not something is working because we all have different definitions of what we think effectiveness means. Or there might legitimately be a number of ways you could assess effectiveness, and then it's a matter of kind of prioritizing which ones you think are most important. So building off that STAR bonds example, this is a program that we've evaluated, and when we did that, we ended up looking primarily at tourism because through the statute, it appears to us that a big component of that program and what maybe sets it apart from other incentive programs is the idea that it would bring, or create these sort of destination attractions that would bring people from out of state to visit Kansas. And of course, with that would come a lot of economic effects. So that was our view. The Department of Commerce, when we did this evaluation, I mean, they agree that tourism is a component of it, but they felt like the local quality of life aspect is also very important. So, is it making that local area a more attractive place for the people who live there, or even if it's just other Kansans to come visit different communities around the state. And then when we presented the results of that evaluation, we heard from a lot of you all as legislators that the thing many of you cared a lot about is the return on investment. So thinking more about how much economic activity was, spurred by job creation or capital investment, and how does that compare to the amount that the state gave up. So those are hugely different things. And again, I think what would be most helpful is if you all thought through those things as you're passing new legislation, or even, I think one thing you would have to be careful with if you went back to do this for existing legislation is the effect or impact that might have on businesses or individuals who are already in the process of participating in those programs. So a couple things that I would note about the purposes and measures, they would need to be clear, specific, and measurable. So defining things like expecting something to increase or decrease by what, how much, right? So the more specific you could be about those things, the better. As I mentioned, you could have more than one goal or measure, but our recommendation or suggestion would be you probably don't want to have too many. It can also create a lot of noise. So if you say we care about these 10 things and the incentive accomplishes 3 of them and not 7, is that okay or not? The kind of more opportunity you've created to maybe for that to be less clear. And then as mentioned, is just kind of thinking through, there isn't a single purpose or measure for every incentive. So I think, it's easy to maybe think about return on investment as well. Shouldn't we expect that for every incentive program, except that we have so many incentives that do appear to be about something different. So I'll give you some examples. Something like HPIP, where there is a clearer connection, I think, to economic development. Maybe something like return on investment makes sense as a calculation. But for something like donating to the Friends of Cedar Crest, or I know Kathleen was talking about the, purchases for classroom supplies, donations to technical and community colleges. There are also things like adoption credits, well plugging credits, disabled access credits, swine facility improvement credits, firefighter relief fund credits. Those sorts of things, in my estimation, probably aren't about return on investment. And some of those are maybe even more like just, policy choices, things that you all are allowing because you support the idea of it, right? So that's something that you all would want to think through. And then the third thing that I mentioned is identifying what data is needed. So obviously that would have to come after the kind of first 2 steps, but and this one is maybe more self-explainable than the other 2, but is really to think about, okay, now that we've set up, like, here's what we're going to define. We want this incentive to increase the number of people who buy cars, solar-powered cars, by 20%. Then it's going through the exercise of, does someone already collect, an agency already collect that data? And then if not, who would be responsible for doing that? And then making sure that is something that is, I don't know if it depends on the example, but whether or not that's something that the agency would do, or if there needed to be legislation to make that thing happen, or to create the mechanism for that. So again, our opinion is that putting purposes and measures in state law would be best because it ensures clarity, transparency, and avoids confusion later on. Something like data could just be a discussion, and then only the kind of necessary things to make it in state law. I would mention there's a couple other things that we point out in the memo. So you'll see at the bottom of page 7 and carried on to page 8 that there are kind of 5 considerations that we've outlined there if you guys were to dig into this idea more. I covered a few of them already. So, and I don't plan to go through each one individually, but I'm just pointing them out that they're there. And also that the Washington, so it's kind of our sister agency in the state of Washington. It's called the Washington Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee, or JLARC. That is an example of a state. Washington is an example of a state, and Washington JLARC is an example of an entity who's been evaluating their tax incentives for quite some time, so longer than many other states, more than a decade. of doing this. And so we've included in the memo a link to like a guidance document that Washington JLARC put together for their state legislature that outlines in way more detail the things that we're talking about here, like purposes, metrics. At least there, they have a state law that requires all newly created incentives to include what's called a tax preference performance statement. And that includes the types of things where they would explicitly outline the purpose, the metrics for each of those incentives, where the data should come from. So with that, I know those are big ideas, and they are definitely complicated ones to unpack, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation
Of course.
today. You know, here at the very end, you've kind of wrapped up what I've been thinking about this whole time is how do we create consistency? As Senator Tyson mentioned, a lot of times things may not come through the tax committee, so maybe the House and Senate tax committees have an idea of what these parameters need to be, but certain things that don't go through the tax committee wouldn't follow that. But you're saying that Washington State actually has in law the parameters. I was thinking about that, but each incentive is so different and diverse in the application and what its goal is. But I think we could still create some good protocol in statute to be required of any new tax incentive. Might have to be a little bit vague so it's flexible across the diversity of requests, but I'm really interested to take a look at that because I think that I'm not above stealing a good idea. So if somebody else has done it, be happy to take a look at that and dive into it. But committee questions, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up with that, we did something similar in rules and regs. I would be very concerned if we defined specific specifications in statute. That's not what statute's for. And so, but what we did do with rules and regs was put a form together that has to be completed with the rules and regs process. So that's something about what you're talking about, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a really good idea.
Any further comments or questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Thank you so much for the summary, Josh, and for the recommendations. Ultimately, my intention here was how can we help you do your job better so the information that you get back to the legislature is effective and efficient and easy to measure for your department. So, see no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. At this time, we would like to welcome Mr. Penner with Legislative Research to do an overview of the consensus revenue estimates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. You should have in front of you from our office, a light purple, lavender, lilac. I don't know what exact shade this is. Document. It is a memo. It's on the Division of the Budget's letterhead. It is the joint memo from the Division of Budget and the Kansas Legislative Research Department. This is what is commonly referred to as the short memo, and it is dated November 9th of 2023. The Consensus Revenue Estimating Group met Thursday afternoon, and we revised the revenue estimates for fiscal year 2024, and we issued the initial estimate for fiscal year 2025. Table 1, which is the second page of this document, includes the 2023 actuals as well as the new estimates for 24 and 25. Table 2 compares the previous estimates for fiscal year 2024 to the revised estimates for 2024, so you can see the individual differences. As a high-level summary for fiscal year 2024, we reduced the estimate by $67.7 million or 0.7%. In preparation for this presentation this morning, I went back and reviewed some of our previous fall estimates, and that is the smallest change that we have made to existing estimates for the current fiscal year since the fall of 2023. You've probably noticed in recent years there have been times where we've added several hundreds of millions of dollars or deleted several hundreds of millions of dollars, but this is actually the smallest change in terms of magnitude that we've made since 10 years ago in terms of the fall estimates.
You said 2020.
I meant 2013, since 10 years ago. It is the smallest change. The fall 23 estimate revision for fiscal 24 is the smallest change to a current year estimate during the fall estimate since the fall of 2013 change to the fiscal year 2014 estimate. In terms of fiscal year 2025, relative to fiscal 2024, it is a reduction of 26.2 million or 0.3%. And a year-over-year reduction, of course, might sound alarm bells for people, but I don't want it to. I want you to take a breath and realize that a lot of that is that it is the more full implementation of tax policies resulting in tax reductions, largely that you enacted during the 2022 session. The two most noteworthy of those are the food sales tax reductions and the Apex provisions. Combined, those two provisions pull out about $280 million in terms of in a year over year since the policy changes for that. And so, but for those changes, we would have a year over year increase of about $250 million or 2.4%. So we would be expecting about a 2.4% year over year increase if it weren't for those policy changes. Obviously, 2.4% is a relatively modest year-over-year growth rate, but we are forecasting relatively modest growth for the forecast period. We aren't forecasting recession by any means, but we do think that the next 20 months are going to be relatively slow growing times for the Kansas economy. And so, circling back to 2024, I'll go into some detail here and largely be speaking from Table 2. You might recall that through the month of October, our actuals had been down $25.7 million relative to the estimates. And so I would hope that some downward revision of the estimates is kind of makes sense to everyone. But I will talk through a handful of the individual sources. On individual income tax, we reduced that by $248.8 million. The hope here by the estimating group, and I do want to emphasize hope, is that we kind of have the SALT parity thing worked out at this point, and that this change is what we all hope will be the last change in terms of to the estimates in terms of our expectations of SALT parity. You know, you might recall when I presented this memo last November to the last year's version of this committee, I didn't mention SALT parity at all. We knew that it was a kind of in the long run, a revenue net neutral event for the state of Kansas. And so we really didn't give it any thought. And by all means, we apologize for that. We should have, because it's been basically the only thing we've talked about when we've done these since that year, is that while we do still anticipate it to be, in the long run, a revenue net neutral policy for the state. It does involve some pretty substantial shifting of receipts from individual to corporate income, and of course, a big change in terms of the timing of those receipts. And so the other thing that I would note on this is that you might notice that the individual and the corporate numbers aren't identical there, and so you might be wondering, well, if this is just a SALT parity shift, then why don't they perfectly match up? The reason for that is that you might recall we kind of in the aggregate beat the estimate for fiscal 23. A lot of that beating the estimate, though, seems to have been the fact that there were refunds attributable to tax year 2022, largely attributable to SALT parity, that didn't go out until basically these last 4 months. So the first 4 months of fiscal 2024. And so we probably wouldn't have beat those estimates but for that timing issue. And that's why we're kind of pulling it down in the aggregate this year. Moving down, you can see that corporate, we added $174.7 million, other than, once again, noting that we hoping to get the SALT parity issue ironed out there, that this does incorporate a 0.5% rate reduction to the base corporate rate effective January 1, 2024, attributable to the Panasonic Apex project. Moving down, you can see sales and use tax. Combined, we added $10.3 million there. I really want to continue our emphasis on the combined sum of those two tax sources. In a post-Wayfair, post-marketplace facilitators world, the distinction between those tax sources continues to get less and less and less and less and less every time we do this. And so it's probably best to look at those on combined sense, and we added $10.3 million. I would advise you to not worry about the $29.7 million drop in sales, because it's more than fully offset by the $40 million growth in use. I do want to highlight, just because, not that it is a meaningful revenue shift, but just because it looks very strange, we are now forecasting negative revenue for the year for the state general fund on gas severance tax. You might be wondering, how is that possible that we'll be seeing negative revenue there? And that relates to the way that the distribution of revenue goes for severance taxes. You might recall, it's been, I believe now 9 years ago, we created the Mineral Production Education Fund, which provided for a share of severance tax returns to go to a fund that finances school finance. It's just a state general fund offset. There's not anything else as it relates to that in that fund. The amount that goes to that fund is based upon the prior year's receipts. And so in times where the receipts are declining year over year, that transfer that occurs twice a year, once in the month of July, once in the month of January, can actually exceed the current years. Last year, you might recall that natural gas prices were quite high, especially through the fall. We had a relatively mild winter, and so natural gas prices are well below, at this point in time, what they were at this point in time a year ago. Accordingly, we anticipate our severance tax receipts to be quite a bit lower in the aggregate for fiscal year 2024 relative to what they were in fiscal year 2023. Since the transfer amount is based more upon our 2023 numbers, that's what it's actually going to exceed the state general fund portion of the severance tax. So if you looked at the total all funds gas severance tax, it would still be positive. It's just that more than 100% of it is going to the Mineral Production Education Fund, and so the state general fund will be a net drag. Sliding down, just a couple of quick highlights. You can see that for interest income, we added $110 million. We have been well ahead to date. However, some of that increase actually serves to increase the net transfers out of the general fund. For funds that are statutorily entitled to retain their own interest, the way that flows through is initially it shows up as SGF interest, and then it gets transferred out to those funds. And so it's a net wash for the SGF, but in terms of the way it gets reported on this table and in this memo, it serves to increase interest and decrease transfers. So it's kind of a net wash. So that contributes to part of why net transfers were down by $110 million in this. Now, it's not a dollar for dollar shift. I don't want you to think that every single increase in the transfer in the interest revenue is being transferred out. The actual state general fund will get some of that, but that does serve to offset it. We also, of course, incorporated, there were 3 different multi-million-dollar transfers that we did not incorporate in our estimates when they were made last spring and then adjusted, and those were transfers to the University of Kansas and Wichita State University for the Health Sciences Center, and then also back in the earlier part of this year, the State Finance Council approved some relatively large payments from the State Tort Claims Fund, and those are now incorporated into that transfers line. They previously were not. From there, I would just circle back to Table 1 and give you just a couple of highlights as it relates to that year's receipts. I do want to draw your attention that we do have some growth in individual, and that kind of reflects that we think going forward, salt parity has kind of smoothed itself out there. However, you do see we have decline year over year in corporation income and also in sales and use. Those are those policy changes that I talked about. We forecast for fiscal year 25 not only a full year of the initial half-cent corporate rate reduction associated with the Panasonic project, we also have a half year of the second 0.5% rate reduction folded into these estimates attributable to the Integra project, and that, of course, taking effect 1/1 of '25. We have the, on the sales and use, we have the kind of last reduction down to 0 of the food sales tax rate on 1/1 of '25, and also the final adjustment to the distribution of revenue percentages taking effect 1/1 of '25, where those will tweak from the current distribution percentages are the general fund gets 83% and the highway fund gets 17%. On 1/1 of '25, those will change to the general fund getting 82% and the highway fund getting 18%. So a 1% shift from general fund to highway fund. That was a part of the food sales tax reduction bill, the goal of the legislature there, that getting it as close as possible to having the general fund be the one that bears the entirety of the cost of that policy change. And then the otherwise, the rest of it, I would just note is that you can kind of see that, you know, the other taxes are 1.5 and then a 2.3% growth rate year over year. That kind of reflects our expectations, but for policy changes. So that's all I would mention there. You know, over the long horizon, over the horizon for the forecast period, we expect relatively slower growth. We have not yet published the long memo. That's usually about a week after the short memo. That's one of the things I'm going to be spending the rest of my week this week doing is writing that. But I do want to highlight some of our revisions to the economic variables that will appear in that memo that don't appear in the short memo. We revised our estimate for inflation, the CPIU, for 2023 from 4.25 down to 3.9. We revised our 24 expectation from 3.1 down to 3.0, and our 25 expectation from 2.75 down to 2.6. For Kansas real GDP, we revised it upwards from 1.55 to 2.5. For 23, we revised it upwards from 1.45 to 1.7 for 24, and we revised it upwards from 1.8% to 2.0% for 25. So those are really modest growth rates throughout the balance of the forecast period. And with that, I would stand for whatever questions you all might have.
All right, thank you very much, Eddie. I will make a comment. My son had just bought a sweatshirt a couple weeks ago, and I think this would appropriately be called K-State purple now. My apologies. Not really. I had a question on the retail sales and compensating use. It was kind of astounding to me looking at the last several years, the receipts that we have received at the state due simply to inflation. What was the discussion regarding inflation? Is that impacting the sales and compensating use numbers as well? Because it was fascinating to me. I think I can't remember if I just asked research for it, if I had a bill introduced, but if we would have reduced our state sales tax rate to basically a neutral, almost a revenue neutral position for sales tax, it was astounding to me how much that impacted the rate and the money that was received. So could you speak to the inflation piece?
Yeah, and I'll speak back. I do believe there was a bill on that would have reduced the rate from 6.5 to 6.15 for kind of what the concept was excess growth attributable to inflation over target. So if you assume a 2% inflation target and inflation had exceeded that, the amount of receipts attributable to the excess over 2% would have allowed the rate to be reduced from 6.5 to 6.15 is my recollection. And I do believe there was a House bill doing that last year. Yeah, obviously inflation has contributed quite a bit to the growth in sales and use taxes in recent years, and the fiscal 23 numbers would have been quite a bit stronger year over year over 22, but for two policy changes that you all made. The first of those was the one-time reduction in receipts attributable to the elimination of the estimated sales tax payments that hit in July of 22, so impacted fiscal 23 receipts. And then obviously the second one is the food sales tax rate reductions that began in January of 23. And so we have kind of the growth rates on those coming in, so to speak, going forward, and you can see that the fiscal 25 estimate there is 3,495 coming off of a 3,630 base. So it is definitely misleading. The totals there show you 1.3% growth, 1.4% growth, and negative 3.7% growth. The reality is that basically the policies that you've enacted, mainly in the 2022 session, those two policies have kind of prevented the full impact of inflation showing up in terms of the state's receipts there. The other thing, though, is that at the height of the pandemic, a lot of the shift in purchases were away from services, which are largely not subject to the sales tax, and towards goods that largely are subject to the sales tax. We've already started to see that trend reverse, and we anticipate it to continue to reverse and return to what had been the long-term trend in personal consumption expenditures of towards largely untaxed services and away from largely untaxed goods. And so some of the growth that you saw in the 21-22 period was from that shift, and we expect a reversion to that. And so we kind of think that going forward, the sales tax growth rate is going to be kind of what it was pre-pandemic, which you might recall was pretty tepid pre-pandemic.
Committee, any further questions for Mr. Penner? I just had a curiosity. Which are the major funds? You talked about the funds that retain their interest. What are some of the main funds at the state that are most of them interest retaining, or is it vice versa?
I would really much prefer to get back to you on that. That's an area of this whole process that I have a very small exposure to personally, and would rather get back to you in terms of what those are. Mm-hmm.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legislature builds its budget off of the consensus revenue estimates. Has that been going on for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, or forever?
Of the options you gave me, I think 50 years is the closest. I think that the current process was codified in the mid-1970s. It appears that a similar process was used somewhat informally prior to that point. In terms of tracing back how long that informal process had been used, it's a little bit difficult to say, but I think it's about 50 years.
And sometimes the estimates work, sometimes they do not. Has there been, to your knowledge, very serious, I know there's been discussion or talk, but really serious discussion about changing the way that we base our budget off of, rather than your best guess, off of actual collections over the last year, 2 years, 3 years?
So I'm not sure I'm in a great position to answer that. I think that might be a better question for Dylan Deere from our office, and I'm happy to run that by him. Of course, it's always if someone wanted to ask us to say what does the budget look like based upon actual prior receipts rather than estimated receipts, we can hardwire those into a profile and provide that. In terms of whether or not that would be the practice of all 165 of you, a majority, a plurality, what fraction? It's hard for me to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just bring that up because in my tenure as a legislator, we have seen where the budget was way over actual collections. We've seen where it was way under actual collections because it was based on estimate. And we ask an impossible task of our revenue estimators. We ask them to look into a crystal ball and tell us what's going to happen. When he mentioned the inflation rate in 2025 at 2.6, okay. But so I guess I would just mention I have long been a proponent of basing our budget off of past collections versus projections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, any final questions or comments for Eddie? Seeing none, thank you very much for the overview on the latest for consensus revenue. Committee, at this time, I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We are scheduled to return at 1:30 to wrap up our final afternoon. So thank you very much. We are in recess. Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started on our afternoon session here. We will jump right into it and welcome back Mr. Penner to give us a review. We're going to be moving on to the property valuation discussion that we started at our last meeting. And one of the components that was mentioned at the last meeting was the Florida growth limits. And Eddie put together some research, and he's going to present a little bit on the ins and outs of the Florida program for our consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, one of the follow-up requests that you all had last time was how the Florida program worked and some specifics about it. And so you should have two documents that I've provided for you. They're not prepared by our office. These are both prepared by the Florida Department of Revenue. One of those is a kind of has a green top and bottom box, and the other one is just a white sheet of paper that is a pretty simple table with some percentages laid on it. So I'll refer to both of those in my comments here. But what Florida has is an assessment limitation. They have assessment limitations that apply to all property, but it is bifurcated within Florida. The homestead property, and I want to make clear that does not mean exactly residential property. But the homestead property is subject to a limitation that is the lesser of 3% or the consumer price index is its year-over-year growth cap. And so if you take a quick look at the table over here, you can see that it actually looks like a little bit more frequently than not, it is the consumer price index that is the cap. But there are some times where it is the 3% that is that cap, and hopefully that comports with everybody's kind of mental recollection of the way inflation has gone for the last 25 or so years. We've typically been under 3%, but a few times we've edged above it, obviously most noteworthily the last 2 years. But their cap is 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. I mentioned that it is homestead property, not residential property. Things like second homes, vacation homes, rental properties, none of those receive the benefit of the cap. For that purpose, it's more akin to our homestead refund program. It's probably about the same mix of properties. The thing I want to highlight is that it was first enacted effective for tax year 1995. It was approved by a 1992 ballot question in Florida. And so when you're enacting something like this, that's the necessary amount of lead time is something you definitely want to consider as it relates to the implementation. The other thing that I should note is that the cap for all property other than those homesteads is a 10% year-over-year growth cap. And so that's quite a bit different than the homestead growth cap. That's one of the wider differences that I think exists, but there are lots of states that do afford a more beneficial cap to residential or homestead type properties than they do properties at large. That's just something that's probably worth highlighting here. When they enacted it in 1995, that cap was relatively straightforward. It worked by and large the same way as 1611, except instead of 4%, it was the 3% or CPI type of thing. One of the things that they did do is they have kind of statutorily answered some of those questions that I highlighted for you at the last meeting, and so those certainly aren't unanswerable questions. You can see some of the bullet points on the right-hand side column of that attachment highlight kind of some things that don't trigger the reassessment or the return. They use the phrase just value as opposed to fair market value in their tax laws, but things that don't are certain transfers upon death, certain transfers between spouses or kind of certain transfers where maybe legal ownership of the property changes, but the person actually entitled to the homestead aspect of the property doesn't change. So those are a lot of the things that we talked about last time. And so for its first 13 years or so, the cap operated pretty similarly to how you might imagine SCR 1611 would operate if we had had it in place from 1995 to 2008. By 2008, the realtors in the state of Florida indicated that they believed that it might be impacting the liquidity of their real estate market. And so they requested and have helped develop along with the Florida Legislature, proposals that ultimately wound up on the ballot in 2008 to make it retroactive to 2008 to provide for a portability aspect of that benefit. And so you might be wondering, well, how would portability work in a circumstance like this? I mean, if I've lived in a $100,000 house all my life and I go buy $1 million house, do I get to pay 10% of the property taxes on that? And the answer is no. The way they crafted it is that the benefit is what is portable. And so if you live in a house that is worth, I'm just going to use $300,000, for instance, and you were paying property tax on that as if it were worth $275,000 by virtue of years of capped growth, and you move to a house that is worth $500,000, you would pay property tax on that as if it were worth $475,000. And so you had a $25,000 margin, so to speak, on your initial home, and when you move, that is what ports with you, is the terminology they use. The porting is the benefit, not the taxable value. So the benefit to the taxpayer is the difference, and that's what moves. And the other thing that's probably worth mentioning as it relates to that is that if you downsize, so to speak, your house, if you move from a higher value house to a lower value house, it moves in proportional terms. And so maybe an easy hypothetical for that is that if you live in a $300,000 house that is being taxed at $270,000 by virtue of your years of benefit of the cap, and you move to a $200,000 house, it would be taxed as if it were worth $180,000. And so you move to a house that is 2/3 the kind of fair market value of what you have, what you had at your previous house, and 2/3 of your benefit transfers. And so your benefit at the previous was $30,000. Your benefit at the new is $20,000. And Florida, in their marketing materials, makes it very, very clear that you as the taxpayer don't have to work out that sort of math. They do it for you by virtue of the forms. The other thing that is really worth noting as it relates to that is that the new homestead has to be established within 3 years of what is called the abandonment of the previous homestead is the term they use. So it's when you actually lose the entitlement to the benefit from the first homestead. Within 3 years of that is when you have to establish that new homestead. That loss of entitlement to the first one can happen by any number of means. You can sell it. That's probably the most readily apparent. But also, if what had been your permanent home for a long time becomes a vacation home because you're spending more of the year elsewhere, then you've abandoned that homestead. And within 3 years of that time period, you would have to establish a new homestead in Florida in order to carry the benefit with you. And so that's kind of the only thing. The only thing I was going to mention is that 10% growth cap, that actually was not a part of the program when it was initially enacted in 1992. That was an add-on with the 2008 change to the program that provided for the portability. So the cap obviously didn't exist at all prior to 2008 for the all other property category. And that is, the one other thing I want to mention as it relates to the Florida program is that the cap applies to the taxable value of the property prior to the exemption of any fraction of it. In Florida, they have partial exemptions for dollar amounts similar to our now 40-ish thousand residential exemption from the school finance mill levy. They have similar exemptions depending upon the specific taxpayer. This growth cap applies prior to the implementation of all of those. And so you don't lose, taxpayers don't lose the benefit of any of those exemptions by virtue of them being reduced proportionately according to the cap. And so I think that is all that I wanted to mention. The other thing I did want to mention is that Florida, generally speaking, also has mill levy limits for its municipalities, but those can be overridden by votes. That's kind of the approach Florida takes on the levy limitation side, is they have kind of general limits, but they can be exceeded. And so with that, I would stand for whatever questions the committee might have on the Florida approach.
Eddie, do you know if Florida has, like, currently we have the assessment ratios like the 11.5% in our Constitution. Does Florida have a similar reduction for property, or is it just the true valuation?
I do not know. I will look that up as soon as I'm back at my seat and hopefully get something back to you on that before we're done with the meeting today.
Committee questions, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eddie, thanks. This is interesting stuff to me. So I guess, did you get any research as far as the long-term distortions of what this moving credit, or whatever you want to call it, what that actually does to the real estate market itself, like over time?
So it's difficult to nail down specifics on it, but and even by 2008, I don't think that there was any clear impact, but there was somewhat of a general consensus that it was having some impact, and that's why they brought in the portability aspect of it. Now exactly what that impact was and how expansive it was, it's really difficult to say. And as near as I could tell, there wasn't necessarily this is the number that it, in terms of what its impact was having on reducing the liquidity of the housing market, but there was a kind of broad agreement that it was having some impact there.
Well, I assume if the realtors were upset about it, obviously they didn't have enough inventory to sell houses, and so people were sitting in their homes. So I'm just wondering, when you start adding this to the equation long term, well, let me back up a second. Do they have like a CAMA system, or how do they actually establish the fair market value of the residential homes down there? Do you know?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
Do you know if they have are they basically, do they also have, like, county assessors, appraisers, whatever, and is the county sending out the property tax notices?
I believe it is a county system in Florida, yeah.
Okay, and do you know too, I mean, my perception, right or wrong, is that basically when it comes to residential home values, the real exploding rise in them is pretty much in northeast Kansas. Was this just basically this phenomena all over Florida where they had the rising home prices? Or was it basically like just, contained to the coasts and maybe like, inland, maybe not as much? Do you have any insights?
The things I did note on that is that the impression I was under in my research on this is that it was pretty widespread within Florida. The growth rate that they wanted to cap was being exceeded in most of the state. Now, obviously, the extent of that excess would vary from place to place, but I think that they thought that with this type of cap, it would have an effect statewide.
Do you know, basically, are they doing a lot of housing starts down there during this time? Is it pretty much just a stable market where they're locked into existing inventory and that's it?
I believe that since the early 90s, Florida has had a robust housing start market. Yes.
So they're still putting in new foundations all the time?
Yeah.
So it's not, okay. And then one question more, then I'll knock off. From a commercial property standpoint, do they, down in Florida, are they abating a lot of the commercial property down there where it's not coming on the tax rolls? Because to me, that's part of the problem too, what we're seeing in the Northeast.
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I can try to circle back with you on that, though.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to correct that. That is not just a Northeast Kansas problem. We have a problem statewide. And so that is what we are trying to address here. Eddie, on the presentation in Florida, I know you said they only do homestead. Do they do any limitations for commercial or other types of property?
The 10% limit applies to everything except homestead. So it applies to commercial, but it also applies to any residential that isn't homestead.
Okay, and when we looked at Oregon and Oklahoma originally on the Senate legislation that went over to the House, did they do anything to address the realtors' issue of thinking that it would negatively impact the market for sales? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Off the top of my head, I don't believe that either of them had any sort of portability or specific real estate type of approach. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the Save Our Homes. It was a ballot initiative in '92, so it was obviously It's just for homestead. So the 3% only applied, not just residential, but a subset of residential, just the homestead. So just, right? And then in 2008, they added the portability, and that's when they added the 10% cap for everything else. Okay.
So the 10% cap's only existed for 15 years now, but the homestead cap has existed now for 28 years.
So this was targeted specifically, basically to homeowners to make sure they don't get, okay. The Oregon and Oklahoma, are they similar that way or are they different?
I believe Oklahoma, so they both apply universally, but at the very least, I know Oklahoma has a lower limit for residential and agricultural, and I believe Oregon has a lower limit for residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long is it? This has been around a long time. How about Oregon and Oklahoma?
I think that Oklahoma's has not been around this long. I think Oregon's has existed since sometime in the 90s. I think Oklahoma was in the early 2000s, but then Oklahoma a few years later reduced their residential one further.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eddie, thank you for all your work on this. One of the questions that I had, in 2008, when the port was placed into the Florida law, was there a shift or a burden placed on other types properties anywhere in that in research that you did?
Well, I think the shift probably would have happened with the initial adoption also, just as much as it would have with that. But of course, keep in mind with the shift, because of the fact that Florida has overall mill levy limits as well, has individual mill levy limits for their municipalities, that makes it towards less of a shift and it's more of a revenue reduction. Their property tax does not necessarily function the exact same way ours does, whereas where ours is, you take the revenue and divide by the taxable value to get to your rate. They have a rate cap as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to follow up. You said property tax doesn't function the same way it does in Kansas. I always want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples when we look at other policies that could or could not be good from other states. Like I said earlier, I have no problem stealing a good idea, but I just want to make sure that the property tax system, whether it's Florida, Oklahoma, Oregon, is it similar to Kansas where the same services that property taxes are providing, is that similar to where the local governments are still providing for the education, the schools, school funding, city, county governments, all the different tax jurisdictions? That might not be an answer that you have right off the top of your head, but I just want to make sure that we are comparing apples to apples and making sure we understand all the intricacies of this policy.
Yeah, that's definitely not one that I can get into specifics with off the top of my head. I do believe that each of those states, similar to Kansas, kind of property tax is the workhorse for the local governments, whereas the other taxes tend to be more of the workhorse for the state government. So in that sense, it's similar, but in terms of the exact distribution of revenue across cities, counties, school districts, and also exactly what services are being provided by cities, counties, and school districts as opposed to the state, I can't get into that with you off the top of my head, yeah.
Committee, any further questions on the Florida policy? Seeing none, we will move on to our next item, and that is taking a look at another idea that we heard kind of from the first meeting, and that would be a multiple year kind of an averaging valuation. I'd like to welcome Roger Ham from Department of Revenue to address the committee.
Co-chairs and committee, good afternoon to you. Roger Ham from Property Valuation. Hey, I was tasked with the job of reviewing some of the information that was requested at our last meeting. Is there a specific order you want to go in, Chairman?
Whatever's most comfortable for you.
All right. Let's take a look at the first one that we've the impact of the residential assessment rate change. Let's take a look at that one first. Representative Amex was the one that requested this one, and we wanted to kind of take a look at what would be the impact, if you will, of sliding from 11.5% down to 9% at 0.5% increments. And so we're going to take a look at that, and a good way to measure that would be the effective tax rate. So that's kind of how we're going to frame this one. And the very first table that we have there, we wanted to share with you kind of what that would look like statewide, if you will. Recognizing that right now, statewide, residential is about 54% of our tax
Can I
charge.
interrupt just a second? Okay, and are we good? Okay, sorry, we had a little technical problem, so go ahead and continue. We'll see if it's working.
Okay. See, are we okay? I'll keep going. So let's take a look at what the statewide would look like. The tax base in the state is about 54% residential and 23% for commercial and about 6.5% for the ag land. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we're talking about for those particular classes of property. And as we go from the 11.5% sliding down to 9% at the 0.5% increments, why we can see the effective tax rate for residential property goes from about 1.5% down to 1.3%. And then, of course, we're going to shift that to the other classes, the remaining classes of property. So you can see what the effective tax rate would be for commercial property as it goes from 3.25 all the way to 3.68. As we shift that from the residential assessment rate going down to the other classes of property. Let us remind ourselves what that effective tax rate is. Why is that a good measure? Well, it tells me exactly what my tax bill is based on a percent of my market value. So as an example, if I have an effective tax rate of 1%, to make it easy for my mind, if I have a $100,000 property, I'm going to pay $1,000 for every $100,000 worth of property that I have. And so that's kind of the easy way to figure that. So as we think about, I want to know what this really does to the taxpayer as we slide that down. So table 2 is we're going to look at how that would affect a taxpayer with a $250,000 residential property, a $250,000 commercial property, and a $50,000 land-devoted agricultural property. And so what does that look like for the actual taxes that are being paid for those properties? And as we slide down the assessment rate to the 9% rate, we see that we're going from 3732 for my residential property all the way down to $3,300. But my commercial, I'm going to increase that $1,000 from the 8,100 up to the 9,100. So you can see where that shift is going based on that statewide data. And my ag land, I'm going from about 2,000 up to 2,200. So you can see the shift there as well. It's not going to be as great because it's not a big part of our tax base, if you will. The percentages there are shown in table 3 that we have as well. What I wanted to do for this group as well is kind of take your own counties and take a look at what that would be for your specific counties. And keeping in mind that this affects the counties with the largest amount of residential property more than any of the others. And so I have a list of those counties and the residential value or the residential percentage of your tax base. So Douglas and Johnson both have 69%. Lynn has 22%. McPherson, 40% is your residential. Montgomery, 33%. Sedgwick, 62%. And you see 61% for Shawnee and 14% for Wallace. And so you kind of see a Lynn or a Wallace, you're not going to have much impact because there's just not that much of a the residential property is not going to shift that much to the other classes of property. And so that's kind of why you're going to see some pretty big shifts from Douglas and Johnson, Sedgwick. Those kind of counties are going to have the biggest amount of shifts, if you will. Take a look at your counties that you see there, and if I happen to miss you, it wasn't intentional by any chance, but take a look at some of the counties and see what you see that's going on in your specific county. Have any questions about that, you can ask me about those things.
Might give the committee just a few minutes to look at that and see if there are any questions on specific county data.
As you kind of think about those, I want to go to those last 2 pages, because I think that's pretty significant to kind of look and see what we're seeing in our counties right now with the effective tax rates at the local level.
Senator Tyson for a
Thank you,
question.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm on your charts with the ones with the blue that you've got the residential at 11.5 and the commercial is at the 30%, what the constitutional, is that correct for this chart?
The commercial is 25%.
25%.
Yeah,
And
you're right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure so when we look at that 11.5 in the first column,
It's just the sliding of the residential from 11.5. It's not for the others.
my point being is a lot of people don't think agriculture or commercial are paying their fair share. But if we look at this current 11.5%, they do still have the heavier load.
You're exactly right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, exactly right.
Senator Holland.
Yeah, and so Dave, thanks for this info. And is it appropriate for me to make a comment about your list page here, sir? Is this kind of baked into your?
We'll get there in a minute.
Okay. I'll hold my comments for a few minutes. Thank you.
And the last couple pages there, we're looking at the county average effective, or county average levies, if you will. And then we also calculated the county average effective tax rate for the urban levies, if you will. And so this is sorted by the county average urban levy, which would be the higher one. So that's anything in a city limit. And so it could be your county seat and then whatever little towns you have out and about. So it would vary, but that's an average of the urban levy, if you will. And right now, the winner is Greeley County. They've got the highest county average levy out there, and that's significant right now. And you can see their commercial effective tax rates over 6%. That's pretty hefty. So kind of take a look at some of those counties.
Yes, Senator Holland.
No, Dave, yeah, Dave, thanks for pointing that out, but I guess this would kind of go back to, because a lot of these, like Greeley, I'm assuming they have very little residential property tax base. So what I'm trying to say is that basically, we look at basically tax burden relative among the property classes. If you don't have a significant residential base, you really don't have the ability to abate or offset the other property classes, do you necessarily? I mean, I'm just wondering, I think there's a relationship there between the property tax pressures by each county based upon, number one, the proportion of the residential home stock, i.e., your residential tax base combined with everything else, and quite honestly, and how many people just that, and then combined with, do you have any significant commercial property, and if you do, to what extent can you abate it?
That's a real fair statement, because you've got a limited amount of property in the county, and in many of these rural counties, it just doesn't grow much, to be quite honest. And you have, like in Greeley County, all 1,200 people are shouldering that load. And in Wallace County, it's 1,500 that's sharing the load. And so that's pretty significant per capita tax that they have to share out there. And so it's a pretty big problem for some of those counties that don't have a huge tax base, and it doesn't seem to get any bigger either in many cases. And their costs continue to go up. So how do they handle that? We'll move on to the next one, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick question. I mean, we've got ranges here from the highest was 6.82. Looking at this down to like 4.53 and lower. Nationwide, is there a standard on when things start to get a little too egregious for taxes on the effective rates? Is it 5%? Is it 4%? Is there a good resource to compare, like how does this compare to maybe Nebraska or Oklahoma in some of the effective tax rates?
There is, the Tax Foundation does have some material on the effective tax rates in many of the states, and we can look at some of those around us. And I had that at one time, but it's out of date. But we ought to probably grab some of that information because Kansas fares fairly well around our neighboring states, if you will. I think at the time, New Jersey was the highest. Who really cares out there? But anyway, and Oklahoma is lower than us, but we've all been on their roads, so we know why that's the case. And so we could look at some of that stuff. But yes, we're in a pretty good spot, to be quite honest, with where we're at. What I've heard over the years is people talk to me about some of these things when a property owner calls me up, and a lot of times it's individuals, citizens that are really trying to make a difference in their community. But when we get to some of these commercial properties that have an effective tax rate of over 5%, that's a heavy load. And you can tell it from the voice that when they're talking to you. You get a sense that they think things are kind of hopeless at that point. And so we need to be careful about that. And about 2% for our residential homeowners. In the Tax Foundation material I saw, a lot of that, if you get into that 2% range, it becomes pretty burdensome for the residential. So those are kind of the benchmarks that I have typically used over the years to kind of look at.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Ham, I appreciate you answering the question that I brought up, and I brought it up, Mr. Chairman. Your committee in tax this last session held hearing on the opportunity to consider changing that tax rate. And I think, as we look at these kind of things and we realize we hear from homeowners throughout the state as to the problems that they're having making these tax payments. I mean, it's a real deal. And, I appreciate the fact that we're holding these hearings today. Is there better ways to do it? I think there probably are. I wanted to have this information. I assume that you had already had it during the committee when you had it this last session. But I just want to make sure that we understand what that burden might look like, and is there a way to do it better? And I think that if tax committee this session would have that opportunity to relook, the way that we tax classes, or the way that we're taxing as a whole, I think it's probably a little bit of time to be doing that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further comments or questions? Yep. Okay, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just quickly looking at the numbers. You said 10-year average, but I added up the numbers, took the average, and I didn't get the same results. So are you doing a rolling average, or are you doing a median? I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing.
Which one are you talking about?
The main
Oh, I'm not even
She's
there
on the
yet.
main one here, so.
Sorry. I'll wait then. Thank you. Maybe you'll answer that.
Be there in a minute.
Seeing no further questions, we can continue.
Yeah. Hey, let's take a look at the impact on the limiting the real property to the 4% increases that we have annually. The question came up, well, what would that look like at the county level? And so we did that based on the 2022 data, live data in our system versus the 2023 data. We took a look at parcel by parcel at the county level to kind of get an idea, okay, what would this look like if we implemented this in 2023? And so we see what's going on for that kind of thing. So statewide, and as we look at these same basically classes again, ag land, commercial, and residential property, what would that look like? And so statewide, when we apply this at the parcel level, trying to take into account those exceptions that were in there as well, why we see that we're down about, what, 3 billion was what that looks like over what it would have been had we allowed the raises to increase. And that's just on these classes of property. We wouldn't have had a way to look at public utility or some of the other things, so we just stayed with these classes of property. And so based on that information, then we went at the county level. So each county is listed here to kind of give you an idea of what that would look like for that particular county after we do this parcel by parcel attempt to cap those values at that 4%. Of course, ag land's not really a player because in most cases, we've seen that going down. And so you'll notice that generally it's going to be the same as the 2023 assessed value. No limit on that one because it's lower than a cap. Kind of take a look and see if you see anything that sticks out that you would like to visit about. But it's just showing what that difference would look like over the previous year.
I think so. Do you want to go ahead and ask her? We're just double checking on the right two columns. You have the county change using limited value and the county percentage change using limited value. Just for an example over here on Allen County, at the very beginning, you're saying that the county would lose about $7.5 million of assessed value.
Yes,
To the
yes.
tune of about 7.6.
With the limit for that, yes, for that county, with that limit in place. Had we not had that limit, they would have seen that in 98.5 million. With the limit, why we would be down that 7 million at 91 million. So yeah.
Is that the 4% limit?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
4% on each of the parcels that would be impacted by this, yes.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's just assuming that they keep the current mill levy.
Has nothing to do with mill levy. This is an assessed value. We're at taxable value level right now. It's what we're looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I think the counties are going to, hopefully they'll understand this. The taxpayers are going to love it, but it's misleading either way.
Well,
Because the number used to calculate the property taxes, if it is capped, does not cap the mill levies or the amount of taxes collected. It just impacts individual properties. So this could be very misleading overall. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I completely understand, because I was thinking the same thing. This is just the valuation numbers. For instance, if I used Allen County, if they lost $7.5 million of valuation, local governments would, if they're not going to change their budgets, they would have to increase their mill levy on that taxable equation to raise the same amount of dollars. So I'm not sure how, it would be difficult to put every entity in here. I mean, you can have your main ones like cities and counties that you could say, well, this is what they would have to adjust their mill levy. We kind of have the revenue neutral language in place now to where that could potentially allow for an increase in the mill levy without exceeding the revenue neutral rate. I'm not sure if there's a way you could compare on the dollars by reducing the valuation but increasing the mill levy, what the actual impact would be. That would be a pretty extensive calculation, but. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the information we got here, I'm going to presume something, but I wanted to ask you. This is stating on these numbers, these figures, that there was no use change, no improvements, no sale of property, because all of those would be exempt from the 4% cap in valuation, because if you sell a property, the cap is removed and the valuation would go to a new level. Or if you change the use of a property, it would also not be subject to the 4% cap. Are you tracking? Am I explaining this right? And is this just basically static? Everything is, nothing changed value, nothing was improved?
We did go back and try to make an attempt to honor those exceptions that were in there where we could do so. The sale of property and/or a new construction. Those were the things that we could look at and sort out. So yes, we did take those into account when we pulled those values out of there. Yes.
So where do they fit in these numbers?
They would have not been included in that.
On Allen, pardon me for interrupting, but on Allen County, it may not be 7.5 million if you factor in the sale or use change. Correct or incorrect?
Those should already be in this number. The sales and the use and the new construction should already be not in that number at this time. If I'm thinking about that right, let me think. Yes, that'd be correct. If their value would be there, but it wouldn't be in there at the 4%. It would have allowed it to be in there at whatever it was supposed to be after the sale.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I don't understand how they would know what changed from 22 to 23 to have as accurate numbers as we would wish.
We would know the sale date, and so we would key off of that sale date. Or we would know the new construction date, so we would key off of those dates in this system.
I understand that, but I just don't see how you got that for the difference between 22 and 23 unless each county provided you with every sale or every use change. But I think I'm getting a little bit way off, but I wanted to question because I want to make sure we're looking at straight up numbers here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and if I can add a little bit to that, maybe it would be safe to say, since we're using Allen County for an example, this would be, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the 7.5 million would be, I don't know if you'd call that the worst case scenario, but that would be if none of the properties changed hands, none of them trued up. That would kind of be the the most valuation they could lose. Now, let's say you had 20% of your residential properties that turned over. Mathematically, you could probably say, well, let's pull 20% out of that number, add that back in, and that maybe that number is 6 million. I'm not sure, but the way I'm reading this is maybe that 7.5 million would be the most valuation they could lose if no properties changed hands or
The new construction.
new construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, it
Roger?
would. Yes, it would.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Senator Holland.
Yeah, so Dave, this is fascinating stuff to me. So let's just boogie on over to page 3 and talk about Douglas County here real quick. So based upon this 4% value limit, basically Douglas County, with this in place, this would have had realized basically a $92 million drop in total valuation, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if I'm on the county commission and say I've got a budget basically trying to be even keel from year to year, just the hypothetical situation, probably doesn't happen very often, but just say the budget's the same from year to year. So if Douglas County takes this big of a hit, they're gonna raise those mill levies accordingly to generate that 92 million delta shortfall, right?
Yes. Mill levy will have to adjust up if they have the same budget. Yeah.
So then are we theoretically, and I don't know how much proportionally this would be, but just basically what we're doing is then we would be shifting the tax burden from the residential property owners or proportionally to your other property classes, correct?
In Douglas County, because of so much residential property, that would be the case yeah.
Right, but I guess my point is that, you know, each county is unique, and our rural counties have much different property tax bases. You know, rural residents' property taxes have always been high because they don't have the tax base. And just when you have growing areas, exploding areas like Northeast, what's propelling those property tax increases because you have basically people competing over scarce residential resources. They're bidding up home prices. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I like the chairman's talk about apples to oranges. I think we look at these situations, we got to keep in mind, we have different property tax increase situations I think we need to address based upon the regional portion of the state and what's going on there, because it's really the mix of the property taxes. You know, for example, but I see if we did something like this, my guess is we have a lot of commercial property in Douglas County, well, I know we do, that basically has been abated. And so, you know, is that, if we start going down a trend like this, is that going to be even more basically pressure on the commissioners to keep abating those commercial properties? You know, because they're already quote unquote seeing a property tax increase. So that's just, this is good stuff, but I think it just allows for a lot of discussion on how we need to address this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the information. I've never seen this before on all the handouts that we've had, and I do appreciate it. The ag land versus farm residential.
Right.
Is there a reason you broke that out, or?
It was just easy in our system. That's the way it's labeled, and so that's how we pulled it out of there.
Well, I like that it demonstrated that with this valuation limit, it doesn't impact the agriculture. They're still paying their portion of it. I mean, they don't see the decreases. The farm residential do, which would be the intent.
And make sure we understand the farm res would be our residential properties on our home sites on the residential. Yeah, yeah.
I know exactly what they are.
Okay.
Yeah. No, so that's good. I think this is really helpful information. I think it would benefit the taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Roger, I'm looking at, whenever I get information like this, it's too much for my little brain to digest a whole lot. So I go through it and I look at the extremes. Could you speak a little bit to Ford County on page 4? They seem to have, in my browsing, quick browsing here, they seem to have one of the highest changes. Would you mind kind of analyzing that a little bit for me?
You know, I don't know without getting into that file and taking another look and seeing what really is going on there. I can't tell you.
Seems like we have a large discrepancy in the commercial property. I don't know, maybe, is that perhaps a
They
result?
may have had a new facility going online, I wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one. I'm going to circle that to see what's going on there. I'm curious now as well.
Senator Holland.
So, yeah, no, that's a excellent point, Mr. Chair. Maybe, Dave, you could pick up on that. When we see that commercial property valuation for Ford, is that all property or just property that has been abated? I mean, that has not been abated?
Now, this would be taxable property. There's no abated, exempt property in
Would
here.
not be included in this, correct?
Pardon?
Abated property would not be included in this commercial tool.
Oh, no, this would all be taxable property.
But if a local had put, say, a property tax abatement, where they're not paying property taxes on that commercial property, would that valuation be listed here?
No,
What was that?
no, it would
Okay.
not be listed.
Right, and so I guess that's one of the questions I would have is that when you go to Douglas County, you see Douglas has less commercial property than maybe than Ford. And so I know in Douglas County, they abate a whole bunch of commercial property. So once again, the additional pressures on the residential folks living in Douglas County, because you know, when you squeeze that balloon, given those those abatements, the residents folks pick it up.
So again, this doesn't do anything about exempt property. This is taxable property on the tax roll, yes.
Right, thank you. Senator Holland, if I could just ask right quick, when you're talking about abatements, is that something like the local government is providing? Okay. Counties and cities are abating commercial properties.
And they can do that because they have this monster residential property tax base that can pick up the slack, or they're running out of slack. But I mean, yeah, I mean, that's because they can do it. I mean, I'm assuming in rural counties, because you don't have the residential property tax base, when you have commercial entities come in, okay, you don't have the other tax things to provide those abatements generally. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
That's just my.
No, I just wanted clarification on that.
That's what that's my impression. Dave, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's just what I think is going on.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's a great comment. We've seen the numbers before, but I would like to get for the committee, if we may, all of the tax abatements by county. I know Eddie's provided them before for the Senate Tax Committee, but Senator Holland is correct. Those tend to be in more urban areas. There are some rural counties that take advantage of it, but not near the number that you're talking about. So I think it's a good idea to take a look at that stuff.
It's just, Mr. Chairman, just back in, we look at the population, the demographics of the state, and where growth is going to in this state. You know, people are going to the Northeast. And so these incentives, you know, the incentives are going to where the businesses are going. They're going to go where the workforce is going. And then you have to think about the other property class owners in those areas picking up the slack for that infrastructure. Those new businesses are going to have to, you know, need to just do their business. Thank you.
Sorry, we got off on a little bit of a tangent there, but are there any other comments or questions regarding the current presentation? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and continue.
Last one, and we'll take a look at the one sheet, front and back, of the what if. What if we did a 10-year average of the taxable value using the market value of property and then use a 10-year average of that? What we've done here is taken the average residential property in the county. So this is an average residential value in that county. And so take a look at there'd be 10 years, and then you'd have the 10-year average, and it's so small I can't even read it, so you'll have to help me out there. But the 10-year average that we have, and then we add a year, and then there's going to be another 10-year average. And so we put a percent change, if you will, from the previous year's 10-year average to the current year previous year, or the 10-year average. And then we did use some 2023 preliminary information and then calculated the 10-year average again with a percent change there. So there is 10 years there in that average as you go across there. So it kind of gives you an idea. And if you kind of take a look at the bottom, as you kind of scroll down through there, you can see what the residential increases were over the years for the average residential property in the state of Kansas as you go across there, what that might look like. And so we've had these last couple of years have been pretty significant increases in our residential value increases, if you will. But the 10-year average is going to hang in there, 4.8 for one, and what was it, 6 for the other? So that certainly keeps it manageable, if you will, at a 10-year average.
Roger, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the numbers that we're looking at here. You say this is the average, I'll just take Allen County at the top of the spreadsheet for 2012. The number is 53,221. Is that, how did we calculate that? Is that the total residential value divided by the number of homes?
Exactly.
Is that, okay.
Yeah, we know we know the value of the residential properties, and we know how many parcels we have, so we just took them in there to get us an average, and so, yeah.
Okay, so this actually would take into account like new construction and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand the numbers that we're looking at.
It'd all be in there, yeah.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Under the assumption it's all taxable property, there are abatements on homes too. People may not realize that.
This is
all taxable.
This is all assessed, yes, all taxable value, yeah. Yeah.
Senator Holland.
I just had a question once he's done this presentation. I just want to point something out.
Committee, any questions on the 10-year average data? Seeing none, Senator Holland.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Just kind of going back to this, and once then, this is great information, but would really be helpful, Dave, is if you could basically slice and dice this. And what's really interesting is when you start looking at our northeast counties versus our rural counties, if you look at that 10-year average dollar value, and then you look at the 23 value, there are some monster, basically, deltas in there, which basically shows even with a 10-year average, there are certain counties, for example, like Douglas, based on 2023, there's a $99,000 difference between the 10-year average of residential properties in Douglas County in the most recent year. You've got a $135,000 difference in Johnson. You've got Leavenworth an $80,000 difference. You've got 100 and in Miami County, you've got $115,000 difference. In Wyandotte, you got 70. My point is that residential property tax burdens occur all over the state. For example, Greeley, when you look at basically the 10-year average versus what was in 2023, it's maybe like $4,000 difference. So not really a lot of growth, but Greeley on their average levy, they're at, 0.224925 bills. Whereas in the Northeast counties are a lot lower. But my point is back to when we talk about, there's different factors driving burdensome residential property taxes. And I think to address the ones in the high growth areas where you see these massive increases in valuations, I think it's a different set of tools we need to apply to address that versus in other parts of the state. Thanks.
And therein lies our problem. We have to create legislation that's all essentially one size fits all when not everybody wears the same size. Yeah. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make clear, when you're saying the percent change, is that the percent for the 10-year period or the average percent change?
The average percent, yes, yeah.
So each year, they averaged a 6% increase on their valuations in Allen County for the last 10 years.
Yes, what I did, the percent change is for that.
Lyon County would be, or Allen County would be 4%. I was looking at Lyon when I read 6. So Allen County would be, for the past 10 years, approximately 4% change.
That 4% change is just between those, the two 10-year averages, if you have, that we have here, that I have here.
That's what I'm asking. I
Yeah.
want to make sure that that's not an average of the percents. It's just the subtraction of the difference.
Of the two
Okay.
10-year averages, yes.
So it's, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of the things I notice when I'm looking at this, if you take the either the actual 2022 or 2023, if you would move to a 10-year average, it's a significant drop because we've had such a spike recently. By incorporating the past 10 years of averages, looking at Allen County, since it's just easy, it's at the top of the page. In 2022, the valuation that they're using right now is 68,511. Using a 10-year average, it drops it to 57,828. I'm kind of seeing that trend throughout the whole list of counties. Maybe there's some anomalies that I haven't caught, but that much of a drop in residential property could also cause a shift of that tax burden over onto other classes of property. Would that
It could,
correct?
yes. You're right. Yeah.
Right. Yes, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you speak a little bit to, over the 10-year span, the 2015 to 2016, why the hike and the drop? What attributed to that as we're looking at this over a 10-year span and then coming into the next 10 years?
I don't know the specifics on why that happened. I don't know that I can answer your question on those. What was going on at the time? Whether there was a catch-up period or what, I don't know what was.
And that, over the 10 years, that seems pretty significant, and then seems like that throws everything off. I don't know what anomaly was going on during that. What happen.
Yeah, if only the numbers could talk. I can't remember exactly what the situation might have been to cause that.
What counties would have been involved in that? Does anybody see something that's really sticks out? Because as I recall, there was a time where we had the oil crunch, the collapse of the oil prices had a real impact in some of our counties that had a lot of folks in the oil industry. And the market really went down at that time. And that's one of the things that I can remember back during that, and it would have been that time frame as well. Every year has its own personality, it seems like.
Well, and I think that's one of the advantages of an average system, kind of like we've had in agriculture. It takes away some of those highs, but it also, you know, at the expense of the lows, you don't see that drop either. It's more of a smoothing, or I wouldn't even say stabilizing, but it just kind of smooths the charts, the graphs that you see, the peaks and the valleys. The average, in effect, just kind of smooths those out as we see in ag land.
Right. That's true.
So you will see some significant jumps and maybe some drops too, depending on what the economy is doing. But that average system, it'd be interesting. It'd be a massive chart to look at, but it'd be interesting to visually see this. I'm a real visual person. If I can see a graph of something, it tells a big story sometimes. But any other questions or comments?
Thank you, committee.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much, Roger. Well, at this time, committee, that concludes our work for the committee. I might look to Eddie to see if what he wants, as far as I'll open it up for discussion, if we want to take it topic by topic and see what recommendations the committee might want to. Do you want to do a review on? You'd think it was the first time I ever did this. So. We'll have Eddie just kind of give us a review of the 4 different topics that we were tasked with during the interim committee to take a look at. And then we'll open it up for discussion on any recommendations that you'd like to see coming out of the committee for work during the session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The request letter included, as you mentioned, 4 topics. The first of those listed is the uniform application of entity-based sales tax exemptions in Kansas, including the consideration of a fee-based application for exempt status. The second is the extent of tax credits in Kansas to ensure proliferation of credits does not hinder broader tax reform efforts. The third is the process by which local taxing jurisdictions, specifically counties, obtain sales tax authority with an intent of simplifying the process. And the final one is property valuation issues, including those necessary to make informed policy decisions related to the subject matter of 2023 Senate Concurrent Resolution 1611 and additional items.
I think we'll just take those one at a time. Looking first at number 1, the sales tax exemption. I know we had a pretty extensive information from Department of Revenue, and I thank you for that during our first committee meeting. There was a lot of questions around that idea. It's basically where the idea was that we would give, rather than picking sales tax exemptions specifically here and there, maybe we just allow a broad group, the 501c3, for example, allow everyone to qualify for that sales tax exemption. If they actually wanted to apply for it and receive it, there would be a fee, either based on their total gross receipts or some type of fee system there. Number one, to kind of create a revenue source to backfill the loss from sales tax exemptions, but also to provide a little bit of a skin in the game for those organizations. Whether it's a graduated fee, I think we saw quite a few of the complications that could provide. If it's a flat fee, Kathleen today did give us the data on that. We had 18,000 501c organizations, according to the IRS. Of those, 14,000 would be 501c3s. To give a blanket sales tax exemption to all of those effectively would be another $34 million to the state. Any thoughts or questions? Senator Cluse.
How would that connect again to the fee? What was the fee? How much would that take up of that 30?
We did not
know that.
That was simply analyzing the 501c3 organizations in the state. That's not including any revenue back from a fee. And nothing says we have to charge a fee. If we want to just allow all 501c3s to apply for sales tax exemptions, as long as I remembered Kathleen's presentation right, that would be an additional $34 million fiscal impact to state revenues. Essentially, what I was trying to look at is how do we give sales tax exemptions to concepts and groups of people to where everybody qualifies, and we don't have to have every individual organization or association coming in and asking, and then therefore creating disparity among who gets it and who doesn't. But Senator Tyson.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for a recommendation, I would recommend, if the committee so agrees, that the legislature take a look at that, at the numbers that were presented and the possibilities going forward. Would that be, unless somebody wants anything firmer?
I'd second it.
Yes, please start it on the House side.
I suppose I need to own that one, so. Yeah. Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that include every sales tax exemption that we have? Because I think we have thousands.
No, it would not include all sales tax exemptions. It would just be the 501c.
So do you want to just give 501c3s the chance to do that and then eliminate everyone else's and see this capital filled with people that are angrier than they were when they, with Frankenstein? But I was just wondering. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think this is anything we can take on easily or lightly. I would like to pursue it and see if there's, because every year we have more and more requests for sales tax exemptions, and every year I hear there's got to be a better way. Well, I'm not sure this is the way, but maybe this is a step in the right direction to figuring out what is a better system. So, any objection to Senator Tyson's recommendation? Seeing none, that will be included in our report for number one. Number two, considered the sales tax credits that we had a pretty good discussion on today. I think in visiting and listening to the post-audit presentation, I think it's imperative that we try to explore provisions or protocol to put into statute for tax credits or any tax incentives, really, moving forward. That way we have some consistency. What those recommendations look like right now, I want to steal as much as I can from Washington. It sounds like they've got a good system in place, but be happy to open up discussion or recommendations from the committee.
I was going to throw out something else too. It was talked about. You know, we would never pass an appropriations bill that doesn't cross the appropriations committee. So I think, man, we ought to put it in statute. You know, committee, if Commerce has some ideas on tax credits, that's great, or some other committees, financial institutions. But before it's enacted, it has to go through the tax committees, all tax credits. I mean, that's the job of the tax committee is to keep track of taxes, and shouldn't have other committees out there passing stuff that doesn't touch the tax committee, so.
I would agree to that. Senator Holland.
So basically, not to allow other committees not to look at tax policy, because I think what, I like something like specifically talks about a dual track or something of where, you know, if it's anything tax related, that's fine, other committees can vote it up or down, but I think tax needs its crack as well, too.
Right, and one of the perfect examples of that was the Apex legislation that never touched. That was a very significant piece of policy that tax committee never really had the chance to dissect. Senator Tyson.
Well, I'll give you another example. The housing tax credit went through Fed and state. I mean, they don't deal with taxes, and then we were back the next year looking at it again. And yeah, no, I think you've got a great idea. It's not a paragraph from the tax committee. It's just saying that the tax committee does have the exposure that other committees don't, and we understand the difference between refundable and non-refundable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One thing we didn't really, yes, sunsets as well. One thing I can't remember if we talked about it in our first meeting much or not, but some of the oversight and kind of follow-up, of course, I guess that we could address that in the legislation on what they need to measure, the metrics that LPA had addressed to provide some follow-up information, so we aren't just passing things and then 10 years later we're wondering if it worked or not. So, yes, Senator Holland.
Just a quick thought on that. I mean, look, to me, if we're missing metrics in a program, that's a shame on us. Okay, the committee should have had identified it all up front. And I do think it is incumbent, once the initial legislation gets out and enacted, I think it's incumbent on the responsible committee chairs to periodically lead their own review of those programs. I mean, it's too easy to blame it on an agency or somebody else, but at the end of the day, as a legislator, we're accountable to our constituents for the running of these various programs. We need to step up and take ownership for that by a periodic review and us having that ownership.
I agree wholeheartedly, because I made the comment when we broke for lunch to somebody that's going to make legislators be more accountable when they introduce these programs, because they're going to have to think about, how do we measure this? How do we determine whether it's successful or not? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, a couple of things. One, the committee, it's not the tax committee if these other committees are passing them. It's the committee that is delving into it that needs to be aware of this. And I would say that the legislature has made an attempt to force reviews when we passed the legislative post-audit statute. And that was an attempt. But as far as measurable items, you usually don't put those in statute. So I really look forward to the committee creating that form that has to be completed before these programs go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other further discussion? Seeing none. Eddie, is that all clear as mud for you?
I think I can make, come up with language for the report based upon that conversation. I did want to circle back to the first one, though, as it relates to the recommendation below. Was the goal there to have the legislature examine the impact of potentially fully exempting all 501c3s?
Yes, I think that was the intent, to dive a little bit deeper into that once session started, and maybe check the viability and maybe some of the unintended consequences. We just did kind of a 30,000-foot view here. Let's dive into that and see what the reality could look like.
Okay, perfect. I think I'm set so far.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on the tax credits, you have brought this up for a couple of years. I really think we need to look at your recommendation on removing especially the credits that are not used. So that might be another bullet point in our recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
And I failed on that last year because that was one of my to-do projects at the start of session, and it just kept getting moved down the to-do list. So I I think that came out of a recommendation from last year's committee, and we need to follow up with that. I would agree. Let's move on to number 3, the local sales tax authority. Oh, yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. I have another one, recommendation the committee might want to consider on those tax credits. One of the things that came up is we don't necessarily know, so maybe there needs to be some transparency legislation so that we have more of an idea who's using them and how they're being utilized. I don't know if the committee's receptive to that or not.
Yes, Senator Holland. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just meant in general, there was a lot of information that we may or may not get because there's only 1 or 2 users. I feel like if you're getting tax incentives and tax money, then your privacy, I mean, we don't know your tax bill still. We just know what you're getting for the credits and stuff. We don't need the business name. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing, looks like general consent, nodding of heads. I think that would be a good one to include as well. Okay. Now on to the local sales tax authority for cities and counties. We heard about some of the cumbersome points of the process. Is there a desire to move forward? Sounds like cities may already be fairly well, have the freedom to do what they need to do at the county level. Do we not want to pursue anything regarding Representative Wassinger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is very convoluted. You have to come to the legislature, but you can't do it for 2 more years. Who remembers? I mean, at that point, oh yeah, didn't we do that years ago? So I think it would be easier to streamline it for them because either way, they have to go to their voters. If their voters don't like it, they're not going to get it. It needs to go to the people, not necessarily jump to us because we're all like, okay, well, good, and let them do it. So I think it just makes sense to eliminate some of the extra work. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, these are local issues. These need to be handled, back home. And it says, Representative said, if we're selling the wrong things, we're going to be told at the polls what's going to happen. So, yeah, it's time to make some change in that.
Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, I think maybe the committees ought to consider making cities and counties more similar. I mean, it's like cities that can do, on the general purpose, they can go up to 2%. They don't have to have legislative authority. Why don't we give counties that, or take a look at that, give the counties the same, treat them the same.
Yeah, and we can work out the details. Just a recommendation from this committee would be to further explore, and House would be willing to take on that as a project. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the House Chair volunteering his committee. But I would like for us to make it a little bit stronger that legislation be introduced rather than just say the committee explore. And I realize the committee explore can be legislation, but I've been on a lot of interim committees where they did recommend that legislation be introduced too. So that would be, I would like to add that in. If I'm the only one on the committee, then that's fine. But that way it makes it simpler for you. You just know that the committee has said, okay, legislation needs to be introduced to remove the legislature from the process of sales tax increases.
Yes.
And you're great. Starting in the House is great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, is there any opposition to that? I think that's a fantastic idea. Senator Holland.
There's nothing that would preclude us, Mr. Chairman, from just introducing a bill of such subject matter. Oh, you would have to.
Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a good suggestion where we are checking right now to see if this committee has the authority to make the bill request,
Senator Holland.
I guess I was teasing it a little bit more. Any of us individually could just introduce a bill, and then we could beat it up and put it through the process, right?
Okay. I may get creative.
Yeah, and I know usually when we, in the House, when we make bill requests, we'll have an RS number. We don't have that necessarily at this point, but I think just judging from the general temperature of the committee, I think that's something that will move forward fairly quickly. And if it's the House that gets that, we will hopefully get that sent over to the Senate fairly quickly. Any other comments or discussion on the local sales tax authority? Seeing none, the final item, number 4, was the property tax valuation proposed out of SCR 1611. I think I'll just open it up to discussion. We heard several different, we have the original presentation on 1611. We've heard the Florida policy. We've kind of picked that apart and kind of analyzed that. We also had the 10-year data averaging system. As far as the committee, the interim committee is concerned, I'm not sure that we necessarily have to pick one of those going forward. I think there's pieces maybe out of all of those that combined would make really good legislation. But from our committee's standpoint, I think we need to realize that, local governments still play a role. They set their mill levies, they set their budgets. And the state legislature is kind of responsible for defining the parameters for valuation. And, I think it was a tax foundation presentation in our first meeting that said in order to achieve full control and truly limit property taxes, that amount that they have to write their check out for, you have to have limitations and limits put in place with all 3 of those, your levy limits, your valuation limits, because without that, you control one, the next one just increases. So I think the general consensus is right now, if I may be so bold to read the temperature of the committee, but I think there's significant motivation to do something at the valuation level with regards to 1611 moving forward. But I'd like to hear thoughts, discussion, comments on that. Senator Holland?
Just clarification, are you saying the committee make a recommendation we move forward on SCR 1611?
No, I think the committee's recommendation would be that the legislature needs to move forward, whether we introduce legislation or we use legislation that's already existing, to put certain controls and limitations on valuation growth. And I guess we need to decide, do we want to focus only on residential property? 1611 was all classes of property. Senator Holland.
Just my thinking on this is that I think there's different pressures for why we have continued or just overburdensome residential home property taxes. And to me, putting some sort of or cap or limit on all property classes, I'm not comfortable with that at all. I think we need to focus primarily on residential, because I do think the other property tax classes, let's just put it this way, they have their advocates here, okay, to be sure those stay down. I'm not sure who is really advocating for Joe and Jane homeowner when it comes to the residential, the continued burden. I just know in Northeast Kansas with our county and city governments, local officials, they will abate commercial property. Once again, that squeezes the balloon and puts it on residential. So I would like to focus on more targeted, maybe on residential property at this point. So that's just my thought. I just throw it out there for discussion.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm an advocate for Jane and all homeowners, all taxpayers in Kansas, and I know you are too. There's an example out there, and it's a staggering example of rural commercial property. In Iola, Kansas, a property valued at approximately $1 million is the property taxes on that per year is about $61,000 a year. That same property in Wichita, Kansas, pays approximately $30,000 a year. There is a drastic difference. And that same property in Utah, similar property, is approximately $14,000 a year. We have a real problem with property taxes in the state of Kansas. I would love to see, I understand the Senate did pass out SCR 11. If that's what we get, that's fine, but I think we can improve it at this point. I think we can improve it to take a hybrid of Florida, that maybe we put the transferable portion on the homestead and use the CPI index in that. If we want to go homestead only there, that's fine, but I think we need to limit it for all properties, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and those taxing jurisdiction lines make such a big difference. It'd be nice if we all had a power plant in our backyard, but we don't. The disparity, I know when I was a county commissioner, I would look at this disparity even between neighboring counties a lot, and depending on the balance of your assessed property, how much you had in one area or another, it was amazing to me that neighboring counties could even be so different sometimes across the state. And I don't know how you solve that, unless you do some type of statewide tax jurisdiction, but we don't want to get into that right now. But any further discussion? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the discussion that we've had about the cap on valuations. And I just want to say this, I think that that's only one part of the equation here. And I think as we go forward, we got to be looking at any number of things, that we have, talked about all the time, tools in the toolbox. I know that as we look at ad valorem tax relief funds, that's something that we really ought to look at. It's something that we've done in the past. It's been a good partnership between cities and counties in the state. I think it's something, it's on the table. I think committee ought to look at it. I think the legislature ought to look at as to, honoring our commitment from the past. I think it's something that's important. Let's make sure that we don't turn our back on anything as we go through this discussion. It just can't be on valuation. If that's all it is, I don't think it's ever going to work. But, I think it's just part of the deal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good representative may not be aware, but we've been looking at property taxes. There's a group of us that took stakeholders across the state, and we took a three-phased approach. The first phase was transparency. The second phase was valuation. We wanted to dig in deeper and more intricate on the valuation piece, but the problem was, well, there were several problems. The database, all of the intricacies that go into the system. So a simple approach on valuations, helping people quickly stay in their homes because of the rising valuations, was the valuation limit. It doesn't limit the valuation, it just limits the number that is used to calculate your property taxes. So, and then, as the chairman said, and I think he most eloquently pointed out to us, you have to, and we knew we would at some point, look at the levy side. But if you guys want to try to look at all of those next session, that's fine with me. I just was taking them one piece at a time and letting them kind of settle down, like the transparency piece. We've been told that over 55% of the 4,470 some property taxing authorities in the state of Kansas did not increase property taxes last year. And I would say it's most likely as a result of that legislation. Now, we had others that exorbitant increases. So it is one size fits all. And that's what we do. We set it at the state level and then hopefully get those pieces in place for a great system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
was looking to see if I saw it.
well, I don't know if there was somebody else. I agree with most of the comments that have been made. I do think the focus ought to be more on homeowners, but the Florida approach does interest me a lot. I'd like to learn more about, since they've been doing it since 95, so we have a long history. They focus on homeowners, but they also put a 10% cap on there on commercial so that, you've got some parameters there. So anyway, I'd like to really look a lot more. The Florida approach does interest me a lot on that. And we can do some stuff on the mill levy side. Back in 92, we passed a school finance bill. The average levy for local school districts at the time was 58 mills. That lowered it to 35. And then a few years later, we took that 35 mills and lowered it to the 20 that we have today. So there are some things we can do on the mill levy side, as well as, we used to have a tax lid that we got rid of in 1999 that dealt with trying to keep the mill levies down. And, we've done some things in recent years with the transparency, but, I think that we ought to look at both sides of the equation. It's the easier side for us because the legislature has more direct control is the valuation side, but I don't think we should just limit it to that. Because I agree with the Senate chairman that property taxes are too high. I hear a lot more about that. I don't hear people complain about income tax at all in my district, but they do complain about property tax. And I do think that's something we really ought to focus on.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious. You said there was a limit in 1999. I'm not aware what that was.
Well, we had a property tax lid in place. We got rid of it in 99. Up until 99, we had a property tax lid, but back.
1999. I did not realize that.
Yeah, there was a lid.
I guess I'd be interested in taking a look at that language.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, he just stepped out, but I was going to call out Senator Holland. He has mentioned multiple times the abatements that he's familiar with to a local government that's going to abate certain, it's no different than us looking at tax incentives at the state level. If you're going to abate, you're shrinking your tax base, which forces more of that burden onto the folks that are left. So not that we need to put that in our recommendation, but I think we also need to take a look at the abatements that perhaps local government or local tax jurisdictions are able to impose on themselves that reduces their tax base. I'm not sure how prevalent. I haven't studied and really looked at that data that much, but it seems to me if you're wanting to provide tax relief, you widen your base, you grow your base and reduce the amount of taxes that each individual is responsible for. Any further discussion on valuation, property taxes? Eddie, once again, is that all clear as mud for your write-up and your report?
So I've got, it looks like 6 bullet points of things that this committee would be recommending that the legislature further examine as its recommendations. The first of those was from Senator Holland, that the legislature consider focusing its efforts on residential valuation issues. The second of those from Senator Tyson, that the legislature consider sort of a hybrid of the SCR 1611 and Florida Save Our Homes approaches, which would provide for a valuation limit for all property with portability for residential only. The third from Representative Amix, that the legislature consider all options as it relates to property tax issues, including mill levy issues and the local ad valorem tax relief program. The fourth being from Senator Tyson, and I wasn't as certain on this one if it was a recommendation that the legislature consider continuing on in sort of a 3-phased approach as it relates to property tax issues. You don't want that to be right. Okay, I'll strike that one. In that case, the fourth would be from Representative Sawyer, and that is that the legislature further examine the Florida law, specifically the idea of bifurcating the exact benefit for homestead or residential properties versus all others. And then the final one being one that Representative Sawyer mentioned, and that is that the legislature consider the mill levy side of the property tax equation, either through the school finance mill levy or a consideration of a property tax lid similar to what the state had in place prior to 1999. If those 5 items kind of capture everything that you want the legislature to further examine, then I think I'm good to go.
Any discussion, comments? I think you've done a good job of summarizing our discussion, so I appreciate that. With that, for the good of the committee, is there any other items or anything anyone would like to add to the conversation? Seeing none, thank you all for your hard work, the time that you've put in, reading the testimony, the participation in the discussion. Greatly appreciate all the efforts, staff and everyone else that is provided. And I'm speaking of staff, I'm getting a little bit. We were just verifying whether or not we would actually introduce a bill, but I think the recommendation will be that legislation be introduced. This committee will not actually be making that request. So with that, once again, thank you everyone for your attention and diligence, and we are adjourned.